Hello everyone, my name's Meachew or Peach, and I'm going to be doing another live stream commentary with multiple audio. I don't know how long I'm going to stream because I'm a little bit tired, so if I take a rest or go to bed or stop talking, people will probably know why if they watch it or listen to it or whatever. So what I'm going to do is have multiple audio, and I'm going to watch multiple stuff too at once because I like having multiple things on at one time, and it doesn't bother me much. I just like having it in the background that's not too loud, and I don't know how long I'll do it for, as I said, but we'll see. But I always like to test the sound to see if there's anything good.
Wait for it to turn day. Oh well, I might as well kill some zombies in the meantime and stock up on some more hearts. Oh shit, now I gotta start all over again. One of the worst things in the game are the pitfalls, which are areas where there's like stones or blocks that look like you would walk on them, but instead you just fall through. It's impossible to tell the first time walking through, so you just have to keep throwing holy water all over to see where they are.
So okay, I can't hear the
There you go, on the next level. What's now listening? Hello, Edison?
okay.
I'm not sure if this is the same one for every map.
I like having multiple audio. Like, I know it's weird, but I think it's cool, kind of, because nobody else has done it. Like, they don't do multiple audio and stuff except for basically me, so I figured I would do it because it's unique. It doesn't bother me very much. Some people get weirded out at it, but I don't. It's actually been over 1 year since I did my first commentary back in August of 2025, which is last year. And it's pretty cool that I've gotten used to my voice because I don't usually talk. I didn't used to talk as much as I do now. Because I still was more shy than I used to be. I mean, I still am shy, but not as much. And so, I think I've been better about that. But I don't, I'm more of a reserved um, African American or Black LDS person who's really unbothered by a lot, and I don't take things personally or get really offended, and I try to not call people names and stuff. Just try to get better at like arguing certain positions, like philosophy and power scaling and stuff like that. And so I'll see how it goes, but I think it'll go well. Um, so I think that I do want like more stuff playing in the background because I've been watching and listening to a streamer called Queso a lot, and he's entertaining to listen to. The reason why I find him entertaining is because he's he's more down to earth than a lot of other streamers, and he hasn't really changed himself much, and I actually give him a lot of credit for that. And so that's kind of what I appreciate about him. So one of the things that I've realized is that if you have too much audio going out at once, maybe like more than 3, the audio gets kind of diluted at that point. And so I have Rag Plays Aiden Chronicles. I find him relaxing because I like listening to him. I also have AVGN playing in the background because I like listening to him in the background, along with stuff like lo-fi and white noise. I like to play them together at once as long as they don't overlap each other. And I guess the reason why it doesn't bother me is because that most people or most many people or many streamers, they don't stream the way that like I do it. So
Hello and welcome to a new video.
So I guess it doesn't bother me.
From the legend of the Farlands to a place where few
Yeah,
players
that's
ever
kind of
gone.
loud.
The very first effect that will be noticed is the jumpy or stuttering movement.
Whoops.
I like how there's glitches double.
Okay. Alright, let's do... Alright, let's put it down a little.
Say something. Players will experience very high sequence. which will continue until Minecraft.
Okay.
The frame rate drops do not occur in multiplayer servers.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
Make the server itself lag. In both single player and multiplayer, the intense lag that is characteristic of Farlands is caused by massive numbers of falling sand.
Now, while I respect you, I don't necessarily
It's just stranger backers or floating point precision errors. And rewards when player reaches
remember
as
games.
32 million.
Alright, the game boots up and the runner comes to life.
Pile of square
Beyond what gets us 32 million chunks of trees non-existent given they appear to express this value is arguably the source of meaning that it cannot be changed without editing the source file. As player journeys using deep
So the reason why you can't say that other players take my own shit is not even
we got a lot more of that trying to be
if the player tries to walk on the house, she will fall into the water.
Change the settings for the OBS volume for the sake user, because I do save my own settings. Also, that's kind of why I do it, so just so it's easier that way. And so, that's kind of why
I shouldn't have put my name. I should have put my name. I should have done something stupid like
this is the
Drew.
know where I'm going now, I swear.
The coordinate of 2,147,000,000.
I probably do it because
The
I think that's okay.
other path that way.
Hey, while trends are still generating.
Are you there?
Maybe some more events. It's hard for
Yeah, I should have. Of course, see, I had a feeling too. The second I realized I forgot the point, I realized I was gonna
Can no longer be generated because Minecraft to crash. It may be possible that some shifts have
I wonder if
days of being
back in the days, what you doing?
Okay, we're still recording. Oh, we're on the other side of it. How does that happen? Nothing up here, is there? There is kind of a path I hear footsteps. That might be a browser. No matter, let us go this way. See what there is to see. This ledge.
Dude, have you been super unsettling? Are you
Now, as I recall in the game, get back over here. There's a wolf like that. Get at it. Oh boy. I could have sworn there were actually a pack of ogres. Or that certainly are.
Yeah, so it's hard to see those kind of voices already.
radiant sound that has never been blessed upon sound. Its exuberant tonality. Let's get started. Blend, dine, squeal,
Yeah. Alright, well, this could be our first real challenge of the mountain. The goblins did not put much of it. Yeah, 3 hours. I'm alright with that. Take a few hits, keep the bears on top. And Godric, you're gonna run away. Cast Dragon These guys move quick, despite their our shield is a plus for this battle. Axes as Ouch. Even with air shield, that would have hurt much more without a dragon flight. And that would have snapped. We've got to fix that. Keep it Relax would be a good weapon to fight with these distance. Yeah, go be fat somewhere else. Alright, turns out I was misremembering. It's water. Hey guys, you remember how we were sitting right outside Shamslick's tower already ready to go right in? We had nothing left to do. Turns out we still had things left to do. I forgot to go back to Terminator and check whether Terminator would give us some more resources with the rag blazing. These big piles of
I've never heard that one. Really hard.
Alright, here it is. God damn it. I don't really know how to explain where this is.
Just a little bit.
This is the ethereal ring aspect restricted to solar protection plus 5. A good item to have. Take that. It's fine to way down.
Let's do this thing. What we're doing. Turn down the Wi-Fi. Turn down the lights. Just listen to what this we have to do it too.
Hello? Anyone? I don't Alright.
First major glitch becomes noticeable at 2 to the power of 48 blocks out, or roughly of what we're dealing with.
This, by the way,
I need you to appreciate the scale of what we're dealing with here.
We are tens of quadrillions of blocks, or meters from the spawn point. We are 5.7 light years from the spawn point. And yet, we are still less than 0.6% of the way to the new world limit. At this point, we need to teleport in increments greater than 10 quadrillion blocks to even notice any new effects at all. Now, this is the point in the video where I would just teleport to the expected location of the next major milestone, otherwise called the Fartherlands, a video for which you can check out on the top right of the screen. However, the Farlands don't break down as they normally would with the 32-bit loop. Instead, they behave a little bit more like Minecraft Bedrock Edition Farlands, where the detail of the Farlands break down very, very slowly, starting from 53.9 quadrillion blocks all the way to 4.312 quintillion blocks. Now, here's 60 quadrillion blocks, just after where the Farlands start. Looks pretty normal. Next up, 100 quadrillion. Fairly normal, but noticeably less detail than before. 150 quadrillion. Okay, now things appear noticeably more messed up, and repeating patterns are starting to emerge. 500 quadrillion. The repeating patterns are becoming more and more pronounced. 1 quintillion. Now, any variations in the Farlands have almost been entirely replaced by these repeating patterns. 4 quintillion. The repeating patterns are becoming less and less frequent. And finally, 4.313 quintillion. The repeating patterns are entirely gone, and what's left in their place are what we would expect of the Fartherlands. From here, all the way until 9.223 quintillion is nothing but this. From one end to the other, by using this mod, Minecraft is now 2 to the power of 64 blocks long. That's just over 18.44 quintillion total meters from end to end. To put it another way, it would take right 1,949 years to travel from one end to the other. That is insane. And for now, that's all I've got.
Minecraft is very big and crazy. 120 million of blocks from the distance is as big as the universe itself, and in the middle of it all, there's you and us. As far as the Minecraft world may seem when looking beyond the Farlands, it gets even bigger when you're looking up or looking down. You are always walking above a vast space of seemingly infinite emptiness blocked by an unbreakable bedrock barrier called the Void. But is the Void really infinite? Well, let's take a dive. 3, 2, 1. After y-64, you start to take damage of 4 hearts every half a second. A simple workaround to this issue would be constantly eating enchanted golden apples and free-falling into the void. However, this wouldn't work as you would eventually run out. Let's pretend we don't need to worry about the damage and see how far we can really fall into the void. Minecraft limits. Looking into the source code of the game, we can see that the teleport limit that Minecraft have set themselves is minus 20 million blocks, and trying to teleport any further down would result in an error. Some may think this is how deep the void goes, but if you teleport this deep, it is still possible to fall even further, so clearly this isn't where it ends. If we were to fall from y-64 all the way to the 20 million block limit, it would take us around 3-4 days of falling into the void to reach this depth. However, to travel any further, we need to remove the 20 million teleport order, so let's take a quick dive into Minecraft's code. Here we can see that Minecraft's teleport limit is set to negative 20 million, so the most logical option would be setting it to a really high number, right? Wrong. Setting it to a really high number would cause the game to crash before it even starts. The workaround is setting it to 1.0 over 0.0, so Minecraft would read it as NaN, as dividing by 0 is impossible. This would mean that we would have no limit to teleporting into the void, so let's take a dive again into the infinite unknown. 3, 2, 1. The 32-bit integer limit. As I mentioned in the last video, the 32-bit integer limit is the main order in traveling blocks in Minecraft, whether it's beyond the farland or at the bottom of the void. Minecraft usually prices at this limit because it's usually the maximum amount of numbers that Java can hold in its code. However, this rule may not apply millions of blocks deep into the void. Because we are 2.1 billion blocks into the void, Minecraft is not actually generating any new terrain, so the game will not crash. A new phenomenon that occurs at these depths is that in the void, no longer just do damage, so health is pretty much no longer a problem. As deep as the 32-bit can be seen, when we teleport this deep, we can still fall down. So how much deeper does it go? We're falling from y-64 all the way to the 32-bit limit. It will take us just under a full calendar year of constant falling to reach 2.1 billion blocks. So what other limits are there, and how deep do they go? The 64-bit integer limit. We are now all the way down at 9.2 quintillion blocks into the void. Before, it took us just under 1 year to reach 2.1 billion blocks, but at these depths, if you were to fall all the way down, it would take around 3.7 million years all the way down to this depth. This is deep, because in 3 million years, the Earth will slow down by a full minute. The giant star Betelgeuse will explode, and the super volcano on our planet will likely erupt. But we're here to talk about the void. Before we go any further, I must put an epilepsy warning, as going into F5 this deep results in very flashy colors. Every rule created for Minecraft does not exist at these depths. Colors break down, damage disappears, and you can no longer fall or teleport any further than this length. Trying to teleport any further will result in an error, so the max limit for teleportation is the 64-bit limit, and seeing as you can't fall down any further, for now, this is the maximum depth of Minecraft, 9.2 quintillion blocks. But what if there was another way to find out how deep we could go? What if, instead of down, we went up? Beyond the 64-bit limit. This is where the phrase "the sky's the limit" really comes alive. But what is the limit? Well, first we tried a 50-digit number into the sky, seeming as the 64-bit limit is 20 digits long, so why not go even further? At first, the sky may look a little bit different, with some colors being more saturated, but when you go into F5, things get a little bit more interesting. Another epilepsy warning is advised. The flashing of the colors gets even more intense as we are even further from the main world. Everything breaks down, but this is still not the final limit. After the 50-digit number, we decided to double it and go for a 100-digit number. To put that into perspective, that is 5 times the distance of the 64-bit limit. And if we could go this deep into the void, it would take us a whopping 18.5 million years to fall from bedrock all the way down to this number if it was possible. At the height of the 100-digit number, the colors are way more saturated and defined, and there is no blending colors. Going into F5 just resulted in way more intense flashing, so we won't be shown that again. It's time to end this competition and see what number is truly the limit for teleportation in Minecraft. 1 times 10 to the power of 248 is the maximum limit of Minecraft Sky, and this is it. Teleporting this high results in even more saturated colors and flashing when going into F5. If you were to travel from the top of the sky all the way to the bottom of the void, you would travel a whopping 2 times 10 to the power of 248 blocks.
How deep does the void go? Does it stop at a certain point, or is it infinite? What sorts of limits are there? Just how deep does this thing go? Well, that's what I'm going to answer today. So in Minecraft, there is a cap on how high or low you can naturally teleport. This limit is plus or minus 20 million blocks on the y-axis, which, if you wanted to how deep?
Are you there?
If she is present,
Sounds kind of fun.
if the person is noticed, there will be a small glow on air and skirt or dress. It's said that in the presence of the lights will start to flicker. Now the background colors will indicate clothes. and blood so flowing as both John Romero. However, another study said relatively harmless, for only gold being scared she might not loudly push the besides things is bad. But that's pretty much it. The only other thing reported that does have supposedly aside is that she shoved the victim's head in the toilet. And when the worst thing a ghost can do is give you a swirl, I'd say that's pretty harmless.
Does the void go? Did it stop at a certain point, or is it infinite? What sorts of limits are there?
Some
Does this thing
streams.
go? Well, that's what I'm going to answer today. So, how do you begin?
Well, its appearance doesn't make that much difference.
So, in Minecraft, there's a cap on how high or low your limit can go. This limit is plus or minus 20 million blocks on the y-axis, which means void, kills. Now, I don't think you would assume that there's a way to break them, right?
Once they're drained,
Well, there is. By decompiling game. So, getting the silicon was actually a massive pain in the ass, but eventually, after like trial and error, here's what I did. So, I went to GitHub, got MCP reborn, downloaded the 1.20.2 version, tried decompiling, and yeah, that didn't work. Alright, so after I recorded that, I got to get decompiling, and somehow it was actually free. So we're just gonna use that. After this, I looked for every instance of the number 20 million, which there were here and here. So instead of changing it to something stupid like 1 over 0, 1 over 0 over 0 over 0, I just think it's false. Because what that does is subtract those numbers between negative 20 million, it just returns nothing, which Minecraft means, oh, there's all of that. So now it works. So we are now ready to embark on this adventure of going ridiculously low down the logic. So in another video I found of someone named doing something like this. They found that when they went to 200 million blocks down, they stopped and hurt for some reason. It turns out either he was wrong or they fixed it, because now at 1.19.4, you still take damage at that height. It just takes the and the further down you go on to I'm not even kidding. Here's an example. So I'd rather do this and it didn't take too long before it starts. But all the way to 1.47 billion, it takes probably a solid 10 seconds before anything actually happens at all. And to prove that, here we go. Here's the example. Yeah. So round 2 is a quadrillion, 503 trillion, 599 billion, 627 billion, 370,466. The skies are being really for seemingly no difference. So if you put your eye on the skybox, it's a flash of crap. Like I'm anywhere from blue, purple, white, green, yellow, really any of them stuff like that. The camera's also glitching for the same reasons I discussed at the beginning of my last video, the 64-bit stick. So you found 2 bits to work with each other. By the way, during this video, in power order, we're discussing floating stuff. But anyways, I think what's essentially going on here is that the color values should somehow close or itself is the further different. So the 52 is so you're going to display. So since the game starts to crash around here, especially when it's all for some reason, I'm going to do the rest of this no positive y-axis. So before that though, here's what 9.223 blocks down is like. As you see, basically the same crap that works. On the positive y-axis though, it only dies if you look up. So here's what happened through the 64 bits. Yep, it's the exact same thing. It's really bad actually. Though it isn't as bad. Just just like actors, the maximum you can type chat video games, especially if you set this section will go in stages as that's how the sort of thing works. Our first stop is at 1 second seal. For whatever reason, the sky is purple and very shallow. And during sunset, it's only that section out by 1 septillion. The sky reverts from blue, with sunset being how it was at 1 septillion. At 1 octillion, it's just entirely blue, and that sunset, it's actually entirely saturated in sunset. And if we go all the way, it's exactly how 1 is, but it's more saturated blue, and the part where it's sunset. The power continues forever. Apparently, this is only caused by feedback to the skybox overflowing. This is becoming that number, so that's So now for what I really want to see. That's when you can type chat, which is this number. And just because I can, here's what going into 5 is. To do that is a very major effort. Because you're going to be I don't want anyone getting seizures watching my content. Anyways, this number here is 100 octillion, aka 10 to the 248 points. This right now. You were wrong. The maximum height in depth is not that. We aren't quite done yet. We still have one more place to go. And that place is real highest of Minecraft can actually understand. 2 to the power 1004, aka 179.769, whatever the hell I'm sending. This is the lowest height I can go. By this point, you've gone literally so high that your position rounds to infinity, which I got one single frame, and your game automatically crashes regardless of where it is. In fact, it's so high that if this number was the United States, is your height 2.04186 175 1288 1010 502 8310 9994 13793 7200 543 times 10 to the 281 times bigger than the fucking observable universe. The sky and void length is twice that. So this number. And if you fell all the way from 179 septillion to the ground of 78.4 per second, which is my velocity, it would take you 7.265 to 609 3258 2651. Times 10
There was once a bull.
Let me put it up a little bit.
295
There we go.
that number, which is about 10 to the 296, is 10 to the 196 times bigger than the time it would take for the universe to die of heat death, which is one Google. Google's theory practically infinite lifetime before you raise it and in my opinion, that's honestly insane. And the fact that numbers in games can get more ridiculous So anyways, if you guys enjoyed the video, probably way too much time making again. There are 2 videos that I feel like you like. This one and both of which are my favorite videos. And if you like this one, they are kind of more than that. And also,
So the reason why I'm not like watching every video is because I watched them before and a lot of it's just it wouldn't be interesting to go I can watch.
Pushing the game to its absolute limits.
I think it's better if
I'll be breaking down each major version of Minecraft.
I think it's probably better if I just skip through many of the videos right now.
The start of Minecraft was just grass and cobblestone stacked together in super flat. The most bare bones but what would happen if you corrupted that by just 5%?
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay. What? I'm falling for this.
Oh, hold on.
A cemetery in need of redevelopment from the area, with no time to relocate the cemetery.
Okay.
Yeah, this is normal. This is only 5% corruption. 10%. Wow, just a black screen. This is... Oh, for some reason, the game has died.
No one also was that lost. I haven't found out the least area is starting to look a lot more like Minecraft. One of the richest
Pretty normal so far.
Okay.
Create a new world.
nearby province. After the battle of Nakashima, the Takeda says those feats of the dying
This is only 1%. I'm just phasing through everything. Mining blocks that are super far away. Oh my gosh. I got I'm turning it up to the second. Oh no. Created a world.
all 55 wins.
Oh no. There goes the game. There, yep. Please just let me create a world, bro. Please. Dude, I get this like a second. Obviously, upping it to 25%. Okay. Somewhat better. Please just let me learn. Hello.
After the series had run its course,
Oh my gosh.
So something that's interesting is there's been like GTA 6 leaks, and I don't know if the engine is like real or not, but if it is, it doesn't bother me because, to be honest, I never could get into GTA 6 that much. It's just not my type of game, or any Grand Theft Auto game. I think I'd rather just play something like Max Payne 3 or like, yeah, it would be either Max Payne 3 or a game like, oh, how should I put this? A game like, well, what would be the game like? The game would be like, the game would be, because I've been playing some other games too, like Shiny Legends, Reform, that's a fun game, and played Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2, the 2009 version. I also played games like, I just play whatever I'm in the mood for, because I'm not a reserved, unbothered personality. I don't care to play with my friends that much. much. And not because I hate my friends, it's just that I'd rather play games by myself. Because I can go at my own pace, I can do my own thing, and I think that's much better for me. I think that's much better than what other people want me to do.
50%.
And there's nothing wrong with it.
I can't even click buttons. I can't even click
kind of cargo called program isn't conducive to good game design. But
Um,
it's understandable as
100%
early RPG developers consider making it exactly the right
I can't do it. But this game is loaded.
The story.
okay,
This is the beta version. Colors look great. Green. Looks very nice. You know what time it is? 1%
especially when it's fine.
The sound.
Another similarly puzzling area for control is the rolling of virtual dice for stats. It's something you have to get used to. As D&D games did that until the turn of the millennium.
yeah, crafted Minecraft looks pretty interesting. That's pretty neat.
So all this tabletop simulation is making players waste a lot of time trying to get the optimal character repeatedly re-rolling these stats. What kind of stats you want is actually really crucial. Because base stats don't go up as soon as you level up like the other RPGs. While your fields
Also, the Bleach anime stuff has been pretty insane. I really like watching it, and the anime massively upscales the last arc of Bleach for the anime, and characters like Orihime, Rukia, Uryu, Ichigo, especially Aizen, Yuha, and basically any important character, maybe Chad included, can like scale way higher. And really neat too. I've always believed that Bleach could probably be multiversal, especially with Shinji Roy shaking the three realms while not even like trying to do it. It's pretty insane. It's pretty insane.
I'm so fast. Corruption. I'm actually creating a new world. So, yeah, there was no way that was going to work. This is the first official release of the It's somewhat similar to the latest version. What will happen to the corruption?
Also, I think we need more female villains in fiction, and I'm kind of glad that like we don't like if you can like stuff in fiction and not be okay with it in real life, and I think that we should be okay with depicting like animals or children not having like plot armor so that they can like die and get killed too. If they want the story to go that direction, be why I like K-A-L-I on the crow because she like shoots over that kid, and I actually kind of like that they did that because female villains, even when they're like evil, you won't feel like little kids, much less taunt them, which she did, but and I don't mind it because it's in fiction, and you can like fiction and not like it in real life. It's the same with liking aesthetics or liking something in games. For example, she knew Call of Duty, so that doesn't mean I would like taking a life in real life. And if I had to do it, it wouldn't be easy. I would try to make sure that I would try to make sure that I wouldn't do it in a way that makes Jesus not like me very much. And I think that if you do that, people should be okay. Yeah, corrupted Minecraft is absurd. Yeah, it's like acting, but you can like aesthetics in real life and not agree with the philosophy or beliefs. And you can like something in fiction and not like it in real life. In fact, if fiction affects the real life and what sometimes people think, why do serial killers not? Why do so many serial killers not play video games? Because man is in a fallen state. That's why. Because without objective norms, and it's just based on preferences, all it is just one preference over another preference. And who is more right? Or whose preferences are more correct, and who deserves it like more? Because every preference is the same. Because if that's the case, then all it is just one action, having preference over a different action. There's a really need that one is particularly better because you have to even understand what better means in this particular instance. It's like if all better is just based on what we like and don't like, then what is better and what isn't is arbitrary. But you can make an argument that why is human survival good? Many people say human survival is good, and people should not be against someone's economy. And that's good if we don't infringe upon others' free will and autonomy. And because people don't take what they like taken, they will try to preserve it. The issue is that why is preservance of life good? What makes a particular action good? If all just doing stuff we feel is good, but we can't actually quantify what good means. And it gets even worse if we don't have free will, because there's really no responsibility as to why we should prefer free will or something else. Like why prefer one free will over another? It just doesn't make sense to me. And it doesn't make sense to other people. And also, just because some but not something is like the law or something, just because something is against the, like, something is for or against the law and something, or a whole bunch of people agree on something, that doesn't mean that thing is actually valid. It doesn't mean it's true or valid or correct. It just means that the vast amount of consensus agrees with people, but that doesn't actually mean anything. It doesn't mean anything the way people think it does, and if people think it does, then it's not going to mean anything.
These outer rings obviously show up blocks out from the center, and they look like just
Okay.
Low levels, the combat is more unpredictable, while your damage output becomes more stable later on due to the way dice probabilities. That's why cheats mother tend to specify low, high level PW from each other. If you don't like the form, you can play one of the sequels. While the battles are generally engaging, deeper than many modern RPGs, they feel drawn out and intriguing through the mystery and the laborious control scheme. The UI is user-friendly thanks to these on-screen verb prompts, but aiming your attacks, moving items from one source to another, and remembering spells, they all feel more like work than they should.
I should have put my name. I should have said
Okay.
something stupid like
Clicking would have made scoring make sense. But as it is, push to interact with the system like fighting. My turn.
Let's
Mess with your resource management, and it doesn't remove the tedium of maintenance like
hey.
For the most part, combat works fine.
See, I had a feeling too. Second,
The later games fix this problem by automatically the UI isn't really all that hard to get into. The mapping process is note-taking. Sometimes the largest culture shock for those who started RPGs. There is no journal. So every time you're in an important conversation, it's a good idea to write down where to go and what to do. Another technical difference is the fact that much of the storylines are as a developer can see every now and then the prompts
Alright, let's do the Original Earthbound episode.
which you must look up from the journal. It was common back then for manuals to contain
I
information
like the Earthbound one.
the game, as doing tutorials and things like that were unfeasible.
And so do many other people.
Construction of this massive concrete hotel began in the early 1970s as a rich developer from Naha, the capital city of Okinawa, wanted to build a hotel in Meachew Park to capitalize on the tourist
Just keep it up.
Which are numbers that you can't just know the entire storyline will advance. Wasteland actually featured an alternate storyline about a marketing which never happens in real life. That's one way to fool players. You also have to check the damage values for weapons from the tank, which is unfortunate but understandable. And since you incorporated your save files, you must be cautious about getting the mix together. Generally speaking, it's met with mishaps that happen to save files. One save file saves, and a temporary save can alternate the developer process state over another game. When there's a risk that you might become stuck. Come morning, the developer was found in such a demented state.
Yeah, I just remember Saints-Row 3 is better than GTA. I think because it doesn't take itself seriously. And also, how I rate the parameters of if I like a game or not is if the aesthetics match the gameplay and the genre. And not only that, but it goes based on how the game feels and how the game plays relative to the genre. I based it on the aesthetics and the cosmetics, but mostly aesthetics of the game. And if I enjoyed the game, I guess really, for example, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 2009, that game has a lot of even though it came out originally, it feels better. It feels better than a lot of other games. I think that's cool.
Three of Hikiko's bullies noticed that she seemed happy for some reason and followed her
Mm.
around to see what she was up to. They saw her taking care of the kittens and thought it was a sick way to get miserable. The next day, she always ignored her usual Instead, she found a note on the bully saying, if you want to see the kitten alive, come to the TK park. She hurried over and found that the bullies had tied a rope around the kitten and tied the other one to the TK. And just then, that teacher was leaving part of the building, getting into the car without noticing the kitten, starting the car on Hikiko quickly went over to get the rope off, soon successfully pulling it off, but just as she did, the teacher drove off, and the rope was onto Hikiko's wrist and started to drag her against the ground. The teacher had driven several calls
Okay.
but sadly it was too late.
If you kill 5 similar
Was
enemies,
dead.
they'll all drop the same
Regardless
shot.
of which
You
version
can't
is
pick up every single weapon dropped by enemies,
with Hikiko
otherwise you'll
becoming a
become encumbered in
vindictive
no
spirit
time.
that
And most
tracks
simple
down
weapons
and
will only
kills
sell
the
for a
draws.
few gold coins anyway.
She is also
In gold box
sensitive to
games,
bullies in
this also
general,
applies to
and those who see
coins
her
have a
tell
weight,
police or
and you can
parents.
carry a limited
If she
amount
goes
of them
after
with
them,
you.
she is
So
set
every
to
time you
decapitate
get
or
Mm.
rip off
you're
the
asked
limbs
how
of her
many
victims,
coins you want to
or
take
even
to
drag them relentlessly till their victims
Unless you buy something expensive, at some point you'll have to deposit some of your valuables that you're carrying around as a little bank. And instead of a universal currency like gold
This
coins,
legend can be traced back to the Shogunate era.
mages mostly
A
learn these
samurai by
spells
the
by
name of
collecting them from
Aoyama
magic
Tensei
scrolls.
had taken a
So it
liking
isn't always
to the
guaranteed
beautiful
to
serpent
learn
kitten.
certain spells. You can try to open locked doors by making a rope lock kit, a spider force it, or a mage casting a spell.
He devised a
I'm sure I'm
plan
missing
probably
overlooking
I
some
like the aesthetics too.
sacrifice his family heirloom,
Flame system
then
and
blamed his
Champions
disappearance.
of the Grid. But I think I've managed reasonably
Wanting to
sophisticated these games
counter
are
and
despite their
recounter the plates
shortcomings.
over and
It's
over again,
absolutely
but the
shameful how little
was
fanfare
never
is surrounding the gold box
Aoyama
too.
offered a pot
Even among fans of RPG The Clear, not only is the series one of the cornerstones of Western RPGs, but Full of Rain has also brought more new things to the table than many other
Instead of when she could die, she became a convert
every self-respecting fan of the genre
and
has to
rose from the well.
If you decide to give one of these games a chance, remember to set up your config files. Otherwise, you might not be able to read your character to start the game. Although most ports of the NES, it's recommended that you play one of the computer versions. The console version of Western RPGs are often scaled down, simplified, censored, or otherwise different from the PC counterparts. While D&D games from the 80s and 90s were primarily developed by MS-DOS and other computers, they had some console-exclusive games as well. There's at least one gem among them, and that is Order of the Griffin from Spicewood Studios. It's a stellar tactical RPG that was only released for the TurboGrafx 16. I covered this game on my video on underrated tactical RPGs, so I'll just rehash and summarize that new review. The game is the first edition rules with different races, actors, classes, and there is no character creation, as you can only choose 4 player characters and life areas. So while it's slightly dumbed down in comparison, it still offers good gold box experience, providing tools and tactical turn-based combat.
If you
The gameplay is really simple,
you
while
down
the
the
graphics
seismic
are a lot
check
better, which makes
Okay.
navigating
there is an
while those
alternative
who've already
version of
played the
Legend
gold
in
box
which
games
Kashima
might find
is
this
set to
game
hunt
backwards.
backwards.
It offers good
If
swing
you count
counter
it,
for those who are intimidated of jumping straight into pool of radiance. But even
You must
beyond
say,
that, it's just really good for being a Western RPG on a 16-bit console. You can count the good ones on one
you
hand.
must say,
Westwood also released Warriors of the Eternal
She
Sun
was
on
not asked.
Mega Drive that same year. I don't own it, so I can't comment on whether it's good or not, but it looks very similar to Warriors.
instead say massive death demon
Wow. Your screen bombs. So what happens if I increase the volume? Okay, so this is bombing is 2 and this is... What happens if you go beyond the limit in Minecraft settings? Let's start with bombing. When you walk, your screen bombs a little bit. So what happens if I increase the bombing? Okay, so this is bombing is 2 and this is really bombing. This is me normally walking in Minecraft. This is like as if I'm wrong. Oh my goodness. This is 64.
Feeling
Oh,
yes,
1,000. So when you get damaged in Minecraft, your screen is so let's make this little bit experience. Okay. The clear is very hurt. Oh gosh. Look at this. So I'm currently getting damaged, and as I move the damage tilt, I can tilt my head more and more and more. Let's do like 1,000%. And yeah, let's see. Okay. This is very amazing. FOV effect. So when you shoot a bow, your screen zooms in a little. So if I make it a little bit more extreme, your bow is zooming in way more. Oh god, this is actually really yo. It sounds perfect. Can I keep this shit? I'm gonna give myself nausea for 10,000 seconds. So as you see, my screen is going crazy, but this is only 100% of the effect. That's to 200%. What? This is just 200% and my screen is going absolutely what? Because this is like nausea 10 million, I think. Distortion effect, the person's whoa. Look at this. I'm changing the slider, and as I change it, my screen is going crazy. So I'm going to like 4,000. And this doesn't look like Minecraft. Distortion effect 10,000. So when you enchant the item, it glows. But you can also make the glint of the glow stronger. By changing this value right here, glint speed is faster. So yes, this thing also maxed out at 100%, but I've changed it so that it can go like back. So this is like 120%, so slightly more than now let's make it like 300%. This is a really strongly enchanted item. It's like a light on the so I can also make the speed faster by changing the speed by 700%. Yo. Let's see, my glitch is going crazy. I can go to 10,000%. Boom. And yeah, imagine getting hit by this really amazing sword. You know what it does? Absolutely nothing. It's exactly the same as the normal punch. Just only 4 shots. Yeah. Okay, this is glitch strength 1,000%. And as you see, I can barely see. My items are crazy, but my helmet is like crazy as the item. Boom! 50%. Okay, now everything's so. Okay, I have enchanted everything. I am literally glowing white, but I do not need any light. Have you ever gotten hit by a completely white sword? If you ask for it, he will stand by your mercy. Oh, an idiot. So we have just changed the brightness of the enchantment. But did you know that you can also change the brightness of the Minecraft game itself? Okay, so this is the maximum brightness of the Minecraft. Now I'm gonna go so this is like brightness. Oh my god! So this is like brightness 150% and everything has turned yellow. What? And the lava is glowing in a really close way. This is extremely weird. And oh my god, it changes colors. I think the lava is a flickering light source. That's probably why it's doing this. While I'm inside of this color light, my skin also changes color. Which is really interesting. Alright, now we're gonna go back to the normal light range. Okay, so this is like about right now, yeah? 7%, 6%, maybe 20%, and this is 0% right. As you see, I can do anything, literally, and this is so everything's right. It's really weird. I'm in negative, but why is everything right? And now I'm gonna go like negative 100, 200, and
the same thing happens. Everything just starts glowing, but at a milder rate. So we were changing this brightness previously, but did you know there's another brightness hidden? So this time we're gonna be messing around with this, and I think it's a little bit more realistic. So this is brightness 100%, which is exactly normal, and this is brightness 0%, which is the same as the brightness moody. And now we're going to be going below 0%, which is negative 2% now, negative 2%, negative 40%, and as you see, the entire microscope looks extremely dark, and the shadows are completely black. Whenever it goes to shadows, this is about brightness negative 5%. You look at the bulbs are just glowing like close, and the shadows are extremely exaggerated. And these are the only things that emit light: the glowstones and the bulbs. Yeah. Okay, now we have decreased the brightness to negative 2 billion, and the entire world looks like it's out of reach. My skin is completely black except the sky, and the only bright part of the Minecraft map is real ice, and the lava is not even emitting the actual juice, it's like emitting this reddish light, I think, kind of. Wait, no, if it is nighttime, even the lava can do its job because it's so bright. Now, from brightness negative 2 billion, we're gonna be going to the brightness positive 2 billion, and the Minecraft will not be able to return. That's it. So this time I've inverted the light, and whenever you go into shadow, it glows and my items are my inventory is a massive tower that connects northern and you can easily tell as the caves close now imagine a slider across the bone that makes the bone unbelievable. That's a red magic 11. This bone is a wolf's liquid cold bone. Yes, this is an actual liquid bone. Insanely fast, non-camera mode, shoulder triggers, earthquake game, and it also lasts forever. So I'm gonna be going from the United States to Japan from 100% battery charge, 2 hours GPS, 91%. This phone is 75% G battery. Oh my battery is 1. Okay, time to form I didn't think this would be a horror game. 12 hours and 46%. 3 more hours of GPS, 30%. And now we have arrived at my Japanese home. The new Snapdragon 8 Gen 5 chipset is faster and also more power efficient. Look, it got 2.4 million points on Twitter, but does the liquid cooling actually make a difference? 2.8 million points. What if I put it in ice water? Yes, it's water. 3.6 million points. This is the fastest phone in the world. The second fastest is the skip to this. If you thought about buying a Red Magic for a while, this is the one. I've owned every single one of the Red Magic 8, and this one is awesome. Thank you, Red Magic, for sponsoring this video. So you can turn the clouds off on like that, but did you know that you can also change the size of the cloud? Yes, this is like an option, and yeah, as you see, I can change the cloud thickness. Now there's also an option, you can change the rain frequency. So this is like rain frequency almost, and this is like time frequency. Yeah. Okay, now this is about 1,000%, and my Minecraft is starting to lag just from rendering the rain. So you may think Minecraft uses star that appear to cloud and puts them into the sky. That's not how it works. Minecraft generates every single star every time you generate a Minecraft world. So I've made the stars 110 times more, and this is the result. The night sky is extremely dark, and this is about 500 times. Oh my god! The Minecraft world is filled with freaking stars. What is this? The thing is, I can pump this number even more. Oh my god. What in the heck is this? Okay, this is something you can really change, but I've made it so that you can make the mining animation bigger. This is about 40%, and it looks like the entire microphone is breaking apart. This is from breaking 1. This is about 800x, and yeah. Now, this is the render distance of flying. This thing ranges from 2 chunks to 32 chunks, but it cannot go any farther. Hey, this is I can render only 1 chunk. So this is Minecraft, but only at 1 distance. Render distance, and yeah, it's kind of cool. It's not too bad. Now let's do, for instance, 0 chunks. What will happen if I do render distance 0 chunks? Well, the Minecraft does not render at all, and it just yeah. Now, simulation distance is something more interesting because it changes the distance that is simulated. So the lowest you can ever go in Minecraft is 5 chunks. As you see, I can go as low as 0 chunks. So as you see, they're not going to update it because simulation distance is only 0 chunks. They're born in the Minecraft world, so you cannot update it because it's yes. So because simulation distance is 0 chunks, so you can put an Enderman in there. And if you go too close, then it's still this is the FOV slider. It ranges from 30 to 110, but I think we can limit so we can go crazy. So this is the FOV of Lebanon, and as you see, everything looks extremely small. I'm gonna be zooming into that little flower right here. Look at this, FOV. Yes, one FOV in Minecraft, and Minecraft is frozen. What's the actual recording? I found out the FOV went to 0. So it didn't crash from FOV 1. Okay, now we're in the flat Minecraft. FOV 160. Minecraft is extremely fast. And whenever you run it, it is because you're extremely fast. Yes, if you go over FOV of 180, your Minecraft just turns off and down. So, oh my god, I'm just walking right now and it feels like I can do it. And now let's go to like 177. Oh my god, that's me. And this is me walking. This looks like I am going at light speed, but this is actually just me walking. Oh my god, what the heck is happening? I'm getting whacked by slime. Now, that's the FOV of 179. And this is me looking downwards, and I just did a villages on the left side of the screen. So I'm gonna go back to the right view, and I'm gonna show you how far away the villages actually are. And yeah, they're like all the way over there, but it's not like they're right next to each other. Now, the head bobbing animation is so exaggerated as this FOV that it looks like the entire world is experiencing. And this is me just walking. So if I turn my head just right, I can see the inside of the slime. The slimes are in a triangle shape. Now, this is FOV of 180. Nothing is different. Now, that's the FOV of 180. And that's basically FOV of 179. That's gonna be curious. What if I say FOV of 179.9999999? Oh my god, what is this? So this is me looking downwards and oh my god, what is it? Oh, these are the clouds looking upwards, and the things that are shooting up in the sky are rats that are on the side of my building. Yeah, and this is a third person by the way. So hopefully this diagram explains it well. So this is my FOV, like this is what I'm seeing in the area, and these rats beside of me are showing like this. Yeah. So I need to remove the limit for that volume so I can go as crazy as I want. I'm gonna try it and I'll go with it. Okay, so I've made it so that it's extremely loud now. It's like 10,000.
Just from the outside, take a brass block, holding her by the
mining is like one of the most wasting explosives. Okay, let's try volume on and this is going to be extremely loud, so if you are wearing earphones, then please turn That is literally a huge every time going to the right here. Or shut down.
The grudge, or League of the Ravagers, also has a bug that was directly inspired, which you can only get rid of by downloading an old patch, which thankfully can still be found online from a German site. Finally, there's an MMO called Dark Sun Online, also known as the Snow. Yuki-Onna is one of the most popular urban legends. Naturally, you can't play it online. Prey on travelers, so I can't really tell you anything about it besides the people who trek into mountain areas is going to suit the They are known to have a game archaeological woman, blonde black hair, deep violet eyes, snow white skin, and white kimono could listen toward the Yuki-Onna has power to easily freeze her victims by blowing her loud. It's said that if you touch one of her victims, it will give you a unshakable chill. Yuki-Onna said to one where they can fall in love with this exhibit handsome sexual freak. The husband, however, will eventually figure out who she really is, whether by noticing that she doesn't
Alright guys, it does look like it is that time, so we've got a couple more minutes, but I think it's time to go to responses.
Most of the time, Yuki-Onna spent her life looking at snow. There are many ways to catch their hunts. She can learn the spiritual success of Magus Craft, costumes get lost, she can log her shadow over the star, which came out later and her freezing breath. She can bring stop and process her each character she can walk down the map and confront the directly of sucking out your own south of their own separate paths to the perfect. They know her if they explain each of the ground shield and use her powers of the ice going down. And the magic users can cast various spells. The classes also differ from each other physically. Some are faster, while others are slow. Warriors have the most health, and mages have elite. The mages, thieves, canceling shields, and strength. All classes have their own unique melee attacks they can perform.
This is a touchstone set to curse you.
And they all have their own unique melee attacks with streams of liquid health, which is a common mechanic in beat 'em ups. What really set these games apart from other side-scrolling beat 'em ups is the extensive amount of items available. There's one button that's dedicated to scrolling through the spells and items. Some classes can also use a shield to block attacks, and there are consumables you can shoot or throw with your enemies, like firebombs, throwing axes, wands that cast spells, and a bow which you use to shoot down and you cannot see your face. In between levels, you can smash your stock and knives and weapons. If you find materials from levels, they can be snatches and specialized. There are also stat-boosting magical items and gear with magical properties that can be equipped by looting them, such as boots of levitation, various rings with armor protection against certain elements, cast spells, and can summon a familiar. Helmets, robes, and armor reduce your AC, shields with special properties to block fire, ice, earth, and second breath attacks, magic scrolls unlock higher-level spells, potions give temporary boosts, and numerous high-level weapons are more powerful than starting weapons. Another unique aspect is that there's a lot of text for an arcade game. You can even name your character, and every now and then, the level switches. Characters also levels, which is also all in all, there's a lot of RPG elements in this game. The graphics last combat might upset some purists. This is an arcade game made by a Japanese developer. I don't see this game as a threat to the RPG game. As a beat-em-up, it's really good, and actually a fairly good representation of core mechanics of an arcade game. I think there is a far more insidious threat to security of RPGs when games that present themselves as such are either action. This is a beat-em-up with action RPG elements, rather than action RPG with beat-em-up elements. which separates it from Diablo Forest and only the black roses from the heart. The Saturn port retains the beautiful backgrounds and smooth animations of the arcade game, but only 2 players can play co-op, whereas 4 players can play in the arcade version. That's big questionable as the game requires a 4 Mega RAM expansion pack, even though beat-em-ups that ran on the unexpanded side can support 8 or 6 players. The load times are also quite high. Hardware posts Neo Geos and games. Even then, it's a higher drive and an otherwise excellent and visually pleasing game that's just tailor-made for couch storage.
Red Crate. This urban legend tells of a young married couple that
Before we move to the next big chapter of the history of D&D, there's still a handful of strategy games we need to take a quick look at. During this time period, something important happened. As between 95 and 96, the D&D rights went from SSI to Interplay. For the last game in this chapter was released by Sierra, who had secured the rights to an obscure setting called Bertha. First up, there's Spelljammer, Pirates of the Realm Space, one of the most exotic D&D games ever made. Unfortunately, I've never been able to get the game to work because the copyright section won't let me play, even when I use the correct password. It's a shame, as from the outset, Spelljammer seems really interesting. It takes place in a space setting, where the player character ends up from a regular medieval D&D world through happenstance. Wikipedia classified this as a mix of tactical RPG, strategy, and adventure, and it uses the gold box engine for combat. One interesting detail about the strange Spelljammer setting is that it features a race of creatures called giant space giants. Later Baldur's Gate series featured a rather famous character called Twist, who believes that his pet hamster is a miniature giant space giant. Fantasy Empires was developed by Silicon Knights of Eternal Darkness, and from what little I played, it looks like a solid, master of magic-based, turn-based strategy with decent gameplay and good animations. You start the game by making a comparison on classic D&D adventures, but instead of dungeon crawling, you'll spend your time developing your knowledge, conquering lands, and making treaties with your rivals. Apparently, if you break said treaties, that can change your life. Strongholds combined the city-building genre with D&D, while Blood and Magic was the first real-time strategy game to use the D&D license. Though the uncommon came early to return, especially in Blood and Magic, the D&D influence is negligible. Compared to newer RTS games, the pace is far slower. Not only is the action slow, but gaining mana and building things also takes time, and must be manually transported to a bloodfield. Whether you can create more golems, which can transform into different buildings and goals. The game mode is divided into grids, with each different surface type giving bonuses and penalties for attack, defense, and movement.
When the girl answered, she heard a voice on the other end of the line. Hello, it's Nanny Simon. I'm at the garbage dump. The girl got scared.
Birthright, the Golden Alliance, is a turn-based strategy game with a tactical battle sound. You can play the full game, but play like a grand strategy game, or you can do adventure scenarios, where you set up a party of 4 and engage either in real-time or turn-based battles, which are both equally smart.
She ran downstairs and through the window, but there was nobody there. Maybe it was just a prank type game. She let out a sign for a little upstairs. However, just as she entered her room, the phone started to ring. She answered, hoping it was somebody her father. Heard her. Hello, it's Mary. This toy is also known as Meachew, named after the popular Japanese dolls. It's said that dolls form a spiritual connection with those who care for them, and that any doll that's thrown away becomes vengeful and seeks revenge. Alright. Yeah, that's what I thought. Futakuchi Honda. Also known as the Two-Mouth Wonder. These are a yokai in similar vein to a
larger-scale strategy where you control entire planets, tinker around with taxes, and learn other things such as shots, sleep, and shots is really my area of expertise. I can't comment on whether or not Birthright succeeds in 4X games, especially after only trying it once without reading the manual. At least I can which caused the woman unbearable pain. After living with a curse for a while, the mouth gains the ability to use the word's hair in a prehensile manner, allowing the second mouth to help itself and get more aggressive if it is improperly fed. This curse is said to occur over a multitude of reasons. Some say it happens when a woman rarely eats or intentionally tries to starve herself. Others say it's the result of what happens when an overtly stingy woman is accidentally hit on the head. And few have even said that it occurs when a woman keeps some of her children fed, but not the child the mother doesn't like, or stepchild. This causes the neglected child to die of starvation, come back to curse the mother and give her curses, making the mother constantly feel the very same hunger pains the child endured.
We have a bunch of ways that we can go in here, essentially.
Known also as the snake woman, is an urban legend about a creature with the head of a woman and the body of an enormous snake. They're said to moon on the hills near the water or by a river, preying on unsuspecting swimmers and fishermen. When she spots her prey, she rises from the water, careless as her lips snake-like eyes. She then uses her long snake-like tongue to suck out all the blood from the victim's body. Despite her massive length, the snake is hiding deceptively shallow pools of water, and she has been known to use her beautiful face and hair to make sure there are swimmers to catch. Another version of the tale states that the mermaid can disguise itself as a normal woman, often carrying a bundled up baby. As she sits by the shore, she'll undoubtedly catch the attention of someone who is concerned for the baby's safety or wonder what she's doing. From there, she will unexpectedly ask you to hold her under the tube. Not one of you, like most people would agree with yourself. She will let them pass by, and if the person holds it for his nice ready, the nearby will take care and let them go on their merry way. If the person attempts to get rid of the bundle, however, it is revealed that it is not a baby at all, but instead a mom. The large portion will hold her, becoming incredibly heavy and crushing the liquor and expensive food. She then uses her tongue to suck the victim's blood. There are no other versions of the story saying that Meachew will lure men into the waters by disguising themselves as beautiful women once young men to come and swim only to brutally attack and kill those who hop into the water. And there's even one that states that the Meachew simply seeks solace and only reacts violently if someone attempts to bother him.
So I'm going to divide this section of the video into three parts. First, I'll talk about the common characteristics of the amphibian and the Baldur's Gate series, with a larger emphasis on the second game, as most of my footage is from it. The second part will cover Planescape Torment, and the third the Icewind Dale series. The defining feature of amphibian is plausible real-time combat. While Darklands was the first game to implement
As he lay
this
dying, the blind man cried out in anger and frustration, "If only I had one glance at their faces! If only I touched their characters
in real time.
Because he died in such a state of rage and agony, the blind man turned to know his desire for revenge was so great that his blind eyes were gone, and
This system provides the best aspects for both turn-based and
with a new set of eyes and hatred on his mind, he began roaming roads and streets, looking for his enemies. The demon had never seen their faces. His rage caused him to attack his
under the hood, the combat
surely fight his attackers someday. To know it, often use their appearance
every
to
6
their
seconds,
advantage, having sympathetic people like towards them and help them. By the time the person realizes what they're in the presence of, it's too late for them to escape the Tenome's clutches. As all rodents have poor eyesight by default, Tenome is still able to hold its hands in front of his face, or out in front of him. And a long hand, Tenome are said to run surprisingly quick, with an inhuman speed so extremely hard.
What can you do now?
This incident was documented in real time in Japan's channel message for 2004. Under the thread type, which is so strange occurrences that have happened to you. During the thread, a poster that went by Susan detailed how they were riding a train late at night, but something was amiss. Despite it being a train facing down the road, one that usually reached its stop every 5 minutes, as soon as it failed, the train got stopped at the game station.
So after what is it after It's
I like this.
4:33 p.m. right now.
Positioning and spatial awareness
YouTube
needed
channel can
key
find
roles
any
now.
information on
You
the
have to keep
deserted
your
mystery
master away
station.
from the front line.
Assuming
Be
contact
mindful
with
of
their
enemy
ferry
scouts.
household and police for help,
Alright,
nobody
let's start watching the other stuff.
We're seeing starting to
Moving
see.
closer
There's
to
an
the
apparition that can yell the
Here's
east
some service going out to
sound
very
comes
rapid
from
What was that?
Only difference being a tilted camera
I've seen decided to move along the train tracks towards the previous station, and after a while was greeted by a friendly stranger who called for a train to help take the somnambulist away. Thinking we'd find it first, but we're quickly
I might risk it
So if you
because
worry
as
against
the train started to
damn it.
okay,
Yeah, very
about
bad.
this. The stranger stopped talking to us together. With their
Oh,
batteries
watch out.
plans to make a run for it when
You're
they
doing
and signs off the
morality
map.
debate.
Has something
Maybe on X for like TikTok. Maybe.
fatal fate.
Um,
Tells the story of a taxi driver driving down the road. He soon spots a person who suddenly appears in the darkness and hails a taxi. The person sees the bank car and asks to be taken to a place that covers the road. The driver is unsure, but the passenger assures him that he'll be able to get there.
Get ourselves healed.
Even offers a little bit of
Hey,
worse.
I left my car at a station.
But then the passenger proceeds to give the driver confusing and complex directions.
Okay.
Down different streets, alleyways, and even this continues. The driver gets uneasy or annoyed or turning to ask the passenger whether he's even supposed to be going. The driver is shocked to see that his back seat is completely empty. Confused, the taxi driver faces the road only to see that he's about to drive off. Despite his attempts
Well,
to
I
stop,
guess I'll just
flies off and crashes into the bottom.
hit it.
Supposedly located deep in the southern countryside of Meachew, this abandoned village is said to be only accessible through the Meachew tunnel, a tunnel where hundreds of workers were killed when it collapsed.
Okay, I'm gonna start
Even
this.
this tunnel on its own is said to be haunted by those that perish, with the sounds of barking dogs and gaseous screams emanating from deep inside the tunnel, and some even stating that cars that drive even close to the tunnel will break down. If you happen to make it out to the other side of the tunnel, you would have to take a small side road
Oh, are we playing this
then, where you stumble upon the entrance to the village. It's said that you'll be first greeted by a sign warning that the constitutions and laws of Japan do not apply here. The village was said to be abandoned for reasons that aren't entirely clear. Some say it was because of a widespread population. Others say it was just
There's a playlist that has like 85 videos, but I can't find it. Anywhere.
practice everything from occult to more depraved acts like cannibalism, incest, and necrophilia. Adventurers and people that tried to prove their courage tried to find the village, reportedly never came back, with a very few that managed to escape before it was too late.
This
So
is
that the
like
village is
gone.
full of traps, and the villagers themselves will try to attack you with hatchets and sickles. There's no phone service either, and it's even rumored that something about the village will make your phone just shut down inexplicably, leaving you completely and utterly on your own.
I'm angry because I hate it.
That's
My dad.
Tamino's Hell. Tamino's Hell is a poem written by Saijo Yasu, written in 1919. This poem is said to be incredibly cursed, saying that anyone who would speak it aloud will have all kinds of terrible things happen to them, with everything from injury, sickness, or even death. While this is mainly said about it,
Good thing to put in the
English
background.
translations do exist, and are sometimes said to be just as cursed as the original version.
Java case of
Without further ado,
again.
the poem begins as such. Elder sister vomits blood, younger sisters breathing fire, while sweet little Tamina just spits up the jewels.
I like how
Cause
their
I
All
just,
alone,
I just,
visuals
get
are like
rid of
glitching
that,
every time
cause
they blink.
there's no need to.
It's,
You know,
it's so unsettling. They really made this well.
Why? Usually,
Okay.
it's the opposite. Everyone says that when I open my mouth. It's to say something stupid.
See if she can get a thief strike.
It's annoying.
On
So I
Mm,
just stay quiet.
That's better than average for damage.
That's cruel. Why? Who says
what
that?
do I...
Everyone around me,
Bow on
even
a
my family.
big enemy, I guess would be
Don't
classified.
worry. No, go ahead. Power it. Besides, it's not like we have much else to do, right?
I'm defining it, but
There's not much to say.
Carrying too many heavy items slows down and
maybe I
affects
can't.
your character, and how much they can carry scales based on their
Most
strength.
brainless Hondas of all generations. If you weren't so good at sports, you'd be utterly useless. People can be stupid. Are you good at sports? That's great. I can do it at doctor. In tennis, I excel in tennis. Everyone also says there's no doubt I'll be the next
That
star of
was
Japan,
weird.
that I have my career and future secured. Wow, that's amazing. But so, why? I'm not saying you don't have the reasons. Well, pardon me. One of you assist me in verifying if the door is closed.
Okay.
Attack anyone you want, including your party members, but killing innocents might adversely affect your reputation or make your paladin
Or
lose his
just
life.
look up Jedi Atheist debate.
Forsaken abandoned town. Inside and outside are more or less the same. Okay, go for it.
Oh my god, is that a peen on my screen?
So I locked the door behind me. I should have put my name. I should have done something stupid like Drew. I don't know. It's locked from the outside. I can't open it.
You also can't move items from one character's inventory to another if the characters are standing too
Are you
far
there?
apart from each other.
That's not good. Yeah, I should have. Of course, see, I had a feeling too. Second, I realized I forgot the poison. I realized I was gonna just lock the door.
I don't know what it was.
Rogues can also perform actions like hiding in shadows, stealing from people,
there
picking
actually
locks,
anything?
detecting and disarming traps.
Saki?
Um,
Yes, I came back. I tried
When combined with the ease of party splitting that the mouse-driven UI allows, you can create the kind of gameplay moments that totally should be
Alright, let's do the sword quest one
but
then.
really aren't. Like you can seize a lone rogue to burglarize a house while your lawful paladin obliviously waits outside. Or you can use a quick character to lure an enemy vehicle into an ambush.
Looks like we have a chest.
Okay.
Oh, dude, that music is super unsettling.
A very
Are you
dangerous
asleep?
trap. We disarm it.
Are you asleep?
Fire staff. This is exactly the thing I was waiting for.
Hmm.
The party splitting previous RPGs, like the Magic Kingdom realms of our previous series, but the Infinity Engine made it really easy to multitask and send one or more characters into an opposite direction. Another form of party management that adds additional depth to the game was the ability to talk to NPCs with different characters, which might yield different results based on their sex, charisma, and race.
Okay.
You're so
Fuck is this?
Hmm.
So this is like my attic.
Your party member also reacts to choices you make and might leave you permanently if you do something that they don't like based on their personality or alignment.
Bag is back in our inventory. Paper, give somebody else to use it.
Several hours have already passed.
Spider-Man. But I've been just like, I wish I could meet Spider-Man when you're a kid. Just be careful what you wish for, kids. You don't want this shit turning.
So that's something to keep in mind. Speaking of party members, there's another defining feature of the series. Before Baldur's Gate, most Western RPGs introduced party players. Character drama and surprise elements of party games usually were non-licensed
They were
stories,
adventures. I'm talking about the sword quest.
There were
Like the
RPGs
Atari
with female
2600.
characters with
They
written
were based on the
personalities,
four
such as
ancient
the
elements of the
Like
cosmos:
in
sword
many
quest,
RPGs,
earth world,
but games
fire
like that
world,
were in the
and water
minority.
world.
All
I'm not
those
talking
themes
about the
started
Kevin
to
Costner
become the
movie.
Western
And at
RPG
last,
Look at this thing.
the air world.
Hmm.
In these games, the player navigates through a series of mystical chambers.
You're on my channel, so you
You
can
weren't just playing a game. You were on a
In fact,
real
the character
adventure
creation is
searching for
deeper
real
than any
treasures.
previous D&D
Atari?
game.
Yeah, we're
It
live on
features
YouTube
weapons
and
We're not talking about cheap
choosing
plastic
styles
little
of
things here.
arms,
McDonald's
and
Happy
strengths of
Meal.
wisdom
No,
classes,
this was
most
real
of which
stuff.
were given free
Here's how it works.
subclasses.
First, you have to buy the game.
Subclasses
They all
will
come out
equip
one at a
certain
time.
criteria.
If you became
There
a
are
club
certain
member,
abilities
they
and
mail you a
bonuses
t-shirt
with some
along with the
negative
games
benefits.
as soon as they got
Oh,
finished.
stats
Not
are
to mention,
finally
each game came with a
replaced
poster and a
But you can
decent
still
time.
randomize your stats
The
if you
games
want
were all
to.
about finding
But no matter
clues.
what
So you
race,
write down all the
gender,
clues
or
and send them to
language
Atari.
you choose,
Those who found the most
Thus,
would go to Atari headquarters
Thus, from
and find
2010
them.
onwards,
Here they'd have
Western
custom-made
RPG
versions of the game.
started
The
putting
players
more
had
emphasis
90
on
minutes to
story and
finish.
characters,
Whoever
as
finished
opposed
first
to
would
party
win the
creation
prize.
and combat.
The winner of Earthworld
But
got a
like most
talisman
formative
made of
game series
18-karat
tend to
solid
do,
gold.
Baldur's Gate
Users
12 diamonds were finally
looking
released
for
in
Playing J
Western
Dye versus Fabian
The winner of
Liberty.
Fireworld got a chalice
I
made
think
of platinum and gold.
viewers
Diamonds,
expected
rubies, sapphires, and pearls.
the Fabian Liberty
Waterworld
to be, because most times when people try to debate J Dyer, they don't know if they're using a whole bunch of fallacies and stuff. But that's why I like his debate with Dr. Malpass also.
These prizes were valued at
Because Malpass knew what he was talking about.
Four winners would come back for one final competition, and the winner of that would win a jewel-crusted sword with an 18-karat gold handle and a silver blade covered with diamonds, emeralds, sapphires, and rubies. The sword was valued at $50,000. In total, that's $150,000 worth of treasures. This was 1982 and 83, so you can balance that out.
Medieval times have I heard of a treasure quest of this magnitude.
which is the
It gets you
reason
really
Oh.
excited to play the game. That's what I call a promotion. You be wearing your Sword Quest t-shirt with your comic books and posters, drinking out of your gold chalice with your crown, Philosopher's Stone and sword, and not to mention your Sword Quest video game and cartridges exclusive from Atari.
that doesn't sound like a growing
Too bad the contest was all over. There's not much point in playing the games today. If you picked up one of these games right now with no instruction manual and no explanation, you wouldn't have any idea what to do. Every time you go to the next room, it sounds like an explosion. That's what's so great about Atari. Something as simple as going through a door is an event.
Atari 2600, Odyssey 2
Every room is a different color. There's no end. It just keeps going and going. If you look at the manual, you see that each room represents a sign from the zodiac. But if you keep moving, you'll come around full circle. But there's only so many colors, so it's easy to confuse Aries with Libra or Capricorn with Leo. Each room has a hidden chamber where you find treasures. But sometimes before you get to the treasure, you have to pass through a nuclear waterfall or jump on laser ramps. These kind of games, you gotta use a lot of imagination. When you get to a treasure chamber, you can
Oh, I
pick
don't
up
know where I
items
can
and
put
drop
it.
them. By putting the right combination of items in a certain room, you'll trigger a clue.
travels a simple exchange of
These
inside,
things.
or to feature foe
I'm going to,
Now look at that.
Okay, well, that was the 2004.
is it Orange? Chip, Orange, Chew, because she didn't think so. Yeah, okay, so, alright, I got it correctly.
Guys, let me know in the comment section if any of these images.
There's 10
hidden words, and they're supposed to make a sentence. But five of them are both off. The only way to figure out which is the right word is to find
Thank you guys so much for watching this
first
video.
page.
If you guys enjoy my videos and would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link in the description. I would really appreciate any shit you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers now. Rewards out there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you. Wow. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember, the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
It seems like the acting series is going doing here. Now you're actually steering knives to the turkey. This part is like a black eagle, bullets and snakes, all with glorious cars down I think this game was a little easier than Earthworm because this time over 50 gamers found all the clues. So Atari had sort of this hybrid that makes everyone write down what they liked and language and predication about the right.
Gee whiz, I sure love that game.
Try to get a gun.
Somehow, based on those answers, they narrowed down to your test. Michael Rideout was one of the ones who received the Golden Shower. The third game, Waterworld, entire group ship another fan. The infamous video game crash of 1983 was taken to death.
Thing about the firearms in this game is that they don't actually
this
use.
extremely rare.
You have to purchase the
Not
item
only
itself.
7 bullets, significantly less.
To do that, you got infinite.
This time, it was
You
based
can
on
swap
shot
these bullets out.
appropriately, it's actually form all had something to do with water. Either we're trying to swim around sharks or dodge squids or hop on ice.
It can be as
The
overpowered.
contest never
Even
happened.
against
Atari's financial problems doesn't even sell the company. They stole the plug on the whole thing. The fourth game, Airworld, is just what it is. Air. It never got made. So prototype was
It's a very when you think of the back rooms, you probably think of a huge, expansive place with infinite rooms, and hallways, and roads, and environments. But in this video, I'm going to be going over 5 of these small
they were on display for competition. So where are they now?
and deepest backrooms left. Hey everyone, I'm Billy here, and today I'm going to be going over 3 of the deepest negative backrooms levels that have been found so far. Now, negative levels are known for being glitchy and volatile and corrupted, so you can pretty much guess how crazy these levels are about to be. Sit back, relax, and let's get into some insane levels. Also, if you want to see a more personal side of me, go check out my vlog channel. It'll be the top link in the description below. Thank you.
All the way to the top of the podcast.
Okay, so first for the video is Backrooms level -980. This level is classified as a class, whatever this is, mysterious box thing. And the whole level is very unknown and enigmatic. It's full of structural and spatial glitches, but the main layout of this entire level is a large labyrinth of nightmarish and nostalgic and liminal corridors that all look different. The area that you'll be in when you first get sent here is what looks like a huge hospital, except there aren't any beds or equipment, and the floor is slippery. The floor is slippery, and it's made out of a white tile, and it's slippery because there's almond water on it, and the walls are grayish brown, and they're made out of concrete. Now, these hospital hallways are pretty much infinite, and they're only lit up by these dim green
lights. To exit this first portion of the level, you're going to need to find a black wooden door, open it, and then go through it to be sent to the main part of level -98. So as I said earlier, the entire level is made up of these nightmarish and nostalgic and liminal corridors and areas. And pretty much, after you go through that black door, you'll be going through your old memories. So the first room that you'll be in after you go through that door is your first ever memory from real life. You'll just be walking directly through it. So it might be your childhood room or something like that. After this first memory area, you'll keep going through doors and exiting doors, and this level is classified as a class. Whatever this is, a mysterious box. And this whole level is very unknown. It's full of structural and spatial patches. The main layout of this level is a large labyrinth of nightmarish and nostalgic corridors that all look different. The area that you'll be in when you first get sent here is what looks like a huge hospital. Except there aren't any beds. The floor is slippery and it's made out of tile and it's slippery because it's all and the walls are grayish brown and they're made out of concrete. Now these hospital hallways are pretty much infinite and they're only lit up by these dim green lights. To exit this first portion of the level, you're going to need to find a black wooden door, open it, and then go through it to be sent to the main part of level -98. So as I said earlier, the entire level is made up of nightmarish and nostalgic and liminal corridors and areas. And pretty much, as you go through that black door, you'll be going through your old memories. So the first room that you'll be in after you go through that door is your first ever memory from real life. You'll just be walking directly through it. So it might be your childhood room or something like that. After this first memory area, you'll keep going through doors, exit doors, and you just keep going through different nostalgic moments from your life. These moments are liminal places like playgrounds, and restaurants, and pools and schools, and old stores that you went to a long time ago. All of these spaces give you really strong feelings of nostalgia and sadness and loneliness because they're all empty and old. And you get that typical liminal vibe from these corridors, of course, are very glitchy and volatile and warm constantly because it's a negative level. They're all the same way. And you'll keep going for as long as you do. Right now, that could be forever because there's no listed exit. So I guess you get lucky and don't move out. But for now, it sounds like you're just doomed to wander an eternal labyrinth of liminal spaces from your childhood. There's actually one guy who got sent here a long time ago named Hines. And he's been trapped here for a very long time in level -980. And he's been communicating to the outside people through an unknown internet means. And he's been dodging these different levels that he's been through. But it sounds very dangerous to be trapped, and I really don't think that he will stay here, especially because he wants to be trapped in this horror game.
Or Adam Jensen in this game.
So next in the video is level -999, which is even deeper than the last, but this level is safe. The level itself is a class habitat rating, and it takes the appearance of a long road that goes through a mountain chain. It's similar to a mountain chain that you find in the Pacific Northwest area. The weather is misty and moderate, and the entire level has calming sounds of birds chirping and light whistling of rain hitting the leaves. Whatever this is, this mysterious box. And the whole level is very unknown and enigmatic. It's full of structural and spatial glitches, but the main layout of this entire level is a large labyrinth of nightmarish and nostalgic liminal corridors that all look different. The area that you'll be in when you first get sent here is what looks like a huge hospital, except there aren't any beds, and the floor is slippery. The floor is slippery and it's made out of a white tile, and it's slippery because there's all the and the walls are grayish brown, and they're made out of concrete. Now these hospital hallways are pretty much infinite, and they're only lit up by dim green lights. to exit this first portion of the level, you're going to need to find a black wooden door. Open it and then go through it to be sent to the main part of level -980. So as I said earlier, the entire level is made up of these nightmarish and nostalgic and liminal corridors and areas. And pretty much, after you go through that black door, you'll be going through your old memories. So the first room that you'll be in after that door is your first ever memory from real life. You'll be walking around through. So it might be
There isn't much power
or something like that. After this first memory area, you'll find different doors, exit doors, and you just keep going through different nostalgic moments from your life. These moments are liminal places like playgrounds and old restaurants and old pools and schools and old stores that you went to a long time ago. All of these spaces will give you really strong feelings of nostalgia and sadness and loneliness because they're all empty and old looking. And you get that typical liminal vibe from these corridors, of course, are very glitchy and volatile and warp constantly because of the negative levels. Of course, everyone, and they'll keep going for as long as you do. As for right now, that could be forever because there's no listed exit. So I guess you get lucky and no clip out. But for now, it sounds like you just do to wander an eternal labyrinth of liminal spaces from your childhood. There's actually one guy who got sent here a long time ago named Hines, and he's been trapped here for a very long time in level -980, and he's been communicating to the outside people through an unknown internet means, and he's been documenting these different levels that he's been through, but it sounds very glitchy and dangerous to be trapped here, and I really don't think that he's going to stay here, especially because he wants to be trapped in their memories forever.
I think we have just whatever, like,
The next video is level -999, which is even deeper than the last one, but this level is safe. The level itself is a class habits rating, and it takes the appearance of a long road that goes through a mountain chain. It's similar to a mountain chain you find in the Pacific Northwest area. The weather is misty and foggy, and the entire level has calming sounds of birds chirping and lightning scattering in leaves.
I want to at least, usually I want to at least, get to some other stuff first.
Which were filled with teleporters, traps, and other mechanics like that, which were actively trying to make the process of navigating and mapping the dungeons more challenging. Admittedly, navigating cities isn't the easiest task in this game, if you are used to automatic high-quality maps and modern RPGs. But the interface always tells you which direction you're facing and at what coordinate you're standing in, which makes it easier to keep track of where you are. There's even an in-game map, which is a technically impressive feature for an 8-bit RPG.
Let's see,
But it only
there's
shows the layout of the room without any
not
kind of
this
maps, so
bird.
it isn't really enough to go by. But at least this feature lets you move around while staring at the map. So all in all, the developers did a lot to help players from feeling lost, given the technical limitations they had to work with. Combat is where the game really shines. For the longest time, the Gold Box games were considered to have the best battle system out of any RPG. Battles are turn-based, and they incorporate both grid-based movement and inventory management into the mix.
There's
You
a,
can move your characters around on the battlefield, and
there's a
positioning plays a
game,
critical
I don't
role in battles.
remember,
Rogues can
but
backstab enemies for extra damage.
there's a game that Marsh played that I really liked.
You can't use ranged weapons if there's enemies standing in
One
your
Night's one of them.
and there's friendly fire. So you must
But
be
there's
careful
another
not to
game
throw
he
area
played,
effects
but
spells
I
in
can't
areas where they
remember.
might affect your party members. Line
Yeah,
of
at
sight
least not off the
affects
top of
spells
my
and
head,
arrows,
but
which you can use to your
there's
advantage by
some
hiding
game
both
he
your
played that was like
While all these features might sound obvious, you'll have to keep in
RPG
mind
Maker,
things like line of sight affect gameplay.
and the game was like
Language of predication.
that, yeah, company had experience.
Games were and are content not bothering about adding such details to add depth to the
Well, this game was pretty
But
awesome,
there's
I
still a
think.
few more novel and exclusive mechanics that the Gold box games feature. When a character's health drops to zero, they don't automatically die.
The advertisements and promotional material for RPGs bring to mind classic stories of adventure and fantasy. And don't get me wrong, people do make that good stuff.
Okay.
But when I think of this engine, my mind goes straight to the disturbing and spooky. The guy ripping down the plot of the man on the staircase, mummy trying to drown you, fucking Marty Armstrong.
Came to be at around the same time.
Concept
When
of
the
software
medium was still
looks
young,
pretty innocent.
there was a strong
But
overlap
over the
between
years,
PC
it's proven
gamers
itself
and
to be
mobile
one of the best as well.
While the
We're
tabletop
still
RPG
even
was
in
less
for
prevalent
4
in the
episodes.
video game industry,
Many of them carry sort of homemade freedoms and
production values got
passion.
better.
Again,
I think that's about
It's not at
One
all
such example
uncommon.
is the proliferation of sewer levels, which are popular tropes in RPGs regardless
Whether
of
that's
setting. You can trace the origin of this weird obsession with waste disposal
or
systems.
maybe a combination of two.
Sewer networks are
There's
system
something
long
sickly
identical
fascinating
Hey
about
guys,
using
we're back.
something so logical
Is
to
Aiden from First Mage. On the same night, very late at night, my time.
This is a trend that started as a
4 episodes.
The player who is a dungeon master is trying
This game sucks. Actually,
Most of early computer RPGs would also
Oh my god, that is so
Okay.
but they had to make concessions to account for lack of
You might think we're the shit video RPG maker programs.
thus navigating through amazing
Yeah, and you know what? When it first came out in 1996,
RPGs alike started
massive time travel Think about all of the RPG makers.
The idea of using traditional
Since
Um,
1996,
the influence of
thanks to fan transfer, we now have access to solid
The items and gems are still
Bear in mind, these are considered by many the best.
You've heard it. The mismatch of dark and melancholy and otherworldly song. It seems there's a certain vibe that our brains associate with feelings evoked by liminal spaces. Clearly that's why. This is the one of the why would feel these songs represent me? That's what lands in fact all of the found down.
There's also
I would have first begun by looking at like it's a pretty broad category. The lyric is very wild by each song. For the purpose of this video, I want to distinguish four
I don't know if I should.
contemporary lyrics, three or geared towards nostalgia. So it could also make an argument for suiting your era fetish, also have very especially probably a video for another.
notice
Each of these categories, save for some overlap, are regularly presented with their own style of music. I'm avoiding using the word genre here because though they are different, a lot of these tracks will fall into the same genre. Whether that's dark energy, atmospheric, etc. I would honestly consider liminal music a genre in itself. First, let's discuss traditionally classical liminal space. Traditional liminal space is defined by the adherence to the concept of liminal somewhere restricted to this context, often intermediate or intermediate. These will be your classic first videos such as Green Polygon, Quiet Stage, the most profound liminal space is most notable of which
now,
after you
give a shit.
they still not skip ahead incorporating a lot of people will
say our classic space
Well done. Obviously, not so much in it.
by definition may not, but traditional definition of your official spaces can be quite poor. And to be honest, they're not
And I was able to find an article, real deal,
quality of information that while they're not
this one is a little different.
carry the same
Then was a game that seems to have found its audience. Japanese
traditional liminal music
Hmm.
provides like the fluid and atmosphere of space
a little entry on a track every so often how exactly I can improve games and the simple music and if you know a handful of skills, it's pretty simple to find something. Here's an example. You can do this right now. Pasting switch to images and just start clicking shit. Maybe you don't like what you see. Throw in a mouse. And there you go. Normally you're trying to do it in the same way. Anyway, most of the blog posts talking about or very without fail, every one of them mentions this game with verified proxy. And if you're worse than that, you probably don't want to say it. The other thing is that it was heavily inspired by
I'm just thinking about if I should install it, because I was thinking of
actually not hard at all to find a download. Off of that, the challenge for this one ended up being finding out where to find a couple of thousand years ago, there was a big war battle that I found stuff that went as far back as 2006 to after a while, I decided to just download it. It feels like you're in the file itself doesn't know what that's about. Just looking at the files on track, you see they were edited, this track plays very good, and when the game is over 4 hours. I think thematically, the menu is the emotion of the analysis. You get your own familiar otherworldly atmosphere of Chicago, Toby Fox supposed to express the memories of impressions of the analysis. The further clearly were one of these music theory analysis on the track that talks about the emotions. They actually provided if you really don't care, skip to the naturally start plugging on this way back out of tune. Wow, on this track, they were so we can scroll the team's funky ass website. This site is awesome. You got links to other projects on here, resources for installed articles about this as well as these guys are just like looking at aggressive breathing stuff. Probably makes friends.
maybe I'll play a game someday with this stuff running in the background, but I don't know. There's explaining that I like to play different games depending on my mood. I'm playing a rogue type game, Outer World-ish piece, and it's pretty fun. It takes the rogue like game, which is you die, you basically have to whatever. Again, in those games are harder than like the mainstream games, and takes place in like first person, so it's pretty fun, it's pretty cool. And one step place. Exploration.
So into next, they were making based on. I couldn't find links to any of them based on this game, but I'm sure they're out there. The last game I covered even had one, and it's called Gomez. I actually did end up playing this, but that's a stupid reason. So there you have it. In early 2000s, Japanese take on
I just found it.
Let's give it a run through and see where it goes. The title screen here kind of gets recontextualized.
Okay, let's do
Now it feels less like a kid's song rhyme and more like about watching Brady Bunch.
stream the playlist.
Well, we have 3 options.
86
One
video.
essentially says you have plays stream. Then you have
So what are we looking for?
and then shut down. So start a new hell and the first thing we're shown is a quote from music exactly a strong influence. There are sack tracks from as well as a good. And something I've noticed.
Okay, I started over.
Really latch on to dedicated to freaky shit. The advertisements are material for RPG games, like classic story arcs of adventure are fantasy. And don't get me wrong, people do make that kind of thing. But when I think of this engine, my mind goes straight to the distorted instrument. But over the years, it's shown itself to be a great vessel. The music used represents games a little bit more experience, albeit for many of them, images like these are first using a track and temporary to your brain as you think about the experience well after. It's not at all uncommon for RPG draws whether that's violence, story, topic, maybe a combination of the two. There's something simply fascinating about using
Okay.
now, as I've demonstrated with my other
Visual. So tired. I don't want to go to bed yet, bro. Anyway, yeah. So I want to like, I don't want to stop on streaming yet.
first came out in 1996. Massive time frame. I wouldn't want to stop. Think about all of the RPG makers. That's cool. RPG is part of the whole time and the other times to sit and start. And I recommend venturing outside of the context of bringing out. They're very like thanks to venturing. We don't have something like feel adventurous to talk about. If you're stuck in a world, very make it back to normal. I can imagine considered by many the best area. When I do my video on I use Twitter logins to make goodbye to the sheer volume of those dealing on Western their characters, I think it's better when you there's a lot of junk. Next, I want to discuss Dreamcore/David. But as we saw when I found the Duel released in 2001, there's also a lot of really lesser known stuff. Dreamcore used for Earthworm as real elements of the simulate the world of dreams.
I like wordplay stuff in Dreamcore. Little spaces and backgrounds. Remote and
As aesthetics, Dreamcore aims to emulate your own basically always healing your body.
I don't know if I should I don't know if I should actually play. No, I should actually like react to my videos, like
context.
I'd rather sleep like a character on
Yeah, but I should.
What I
I
can
don't
find
know.
out is it's kind of interesting. Now, if you just want to see what it looks like, skip ahead to the next one. Relatively speaking, the previous two games I covered were well done. Obviously, not so much in but the games with official content held by the creators of Meachew. And I was able to find articles with real deal important information. This one, a little different. Meachew was a game that seems to have mostly found its origins on Japanese image boards and blogs. That's exactly where I found it. A little entry on a blog. Every so often, people ask me how exactly I come across these games. And the simple answer is, if you know a handful of search terms and are willing to look at the world, here's an example of a story.
Oh, I like this.
Go on Google,
I like this already.
Switch to images and just start clicking shit. Maybe you don't like what you see. Okay, throw in a block. You know, and there you go. More links that you know what to do with in a single lifetime. All of these
So I'm so excited. What was that?
Anyway, part of the reason most of you are talking about is very related to our experience without fail. Every one of those game is very binary. And if you're close to that kind of thing, you probably heard of it. The other thing that makes it binary is that it was heavily inspired by rather than the experience. And that's generally the gist of what they say. Side by side, divided down the specifically aimed to conjure a memory of childhood. The funny thing about Meachew is that despite its age being relatively new, it's actually not hard at all to find a download copy. Not for bad in the market, the challenge for this one ended up being finding out how to find
See, this is what I mean when there's too much audio going on at once.
Sometimes you'd see a post playing a number of years after you forget it.
Right, it basically kind of just dilutes to like the audio, there's too much of it going on.
Files here, you'll see they were edited between late 2000
And it already is now. So, everyone to this video is over. Until tonight, I will probably put it on something else. No, I would on something else.
This site is awesome. You got links to other projects on here, resources like music, articles about Armageddon. These guys were great. I would describe as immersive sound this and reading stuff. These tracks are definitely enthusiasts. And I really like them. Very contemplative vibe, as if they're inviting you to reflect on your childhood. Quite ambient like is actually reimagining how this game was set. The complacent of a child was already nostalgia is measured by imagination. I kept reading through the disease. I found some let's plays, some of which are shockingly real. And gradually came to some of the pretty much already knew the answer. The two things I already mentioned, graphic violence and Lovecraft are exactly why they are. At first you might think, it doesn't sound really dark. A lot of games that are popular today deal with and you got high profile stuff, dark representatives, that are household names. Let's flashback to when this game was released. Somewhere in 2002, from what I can tell by reading the comments, Lovecraft was a fairly novel concept at the time. The power of music. He had a curious attitude about the game's concept. Describe it as notably depressing. He asked me to believe that the recycled water didn't refresh. Anything that was modern the Japanese effect were so enamored they were making parody games based on this problem. I couldn't find links to any of them based on this game, but I'm sure they're out there. Believe it or not, the last game I covered, even and it's called Go Mix. I actually did end up playing this, but that's a story for another time. So there you have it. In early 2000s, Japanese take on love. One that is apparently so violent that everyone needs to Let's give it a run through and see what goes down. The title screen here kind of gets recontextualized with all the visual
I would like to get some inspiring pieces like that when the system works because it requires human intentionality.
I like how they're
just not visual like that. However, is try to avoid coding devices that exploit the desire for
it is so unsettling. They really made this much.
I'm not going to explain it. As a majority of these
adventure, fantasy, and don't get me wrong, people who do this is good. There's a lot of them overlap. But when I think of the sin, my mind goes straight to the destruction and
actually adding a
guy ripping out of the car,
given their
man on the staircase,
the other
mummy trying to drown you, fucking Marty Armstrong, classic.
so special. And the environment
Software looks pretty innocent,
to make this thing quite
but over the years it's proven itself to be a great bet. Even if one of these games has flat out tries, many of them are sort of it's not at all.
So I felt it was inappropriate to really analyze why it had so much. If you've ever had a class
Whether that's a thing
that is really
a sense of
like, thank you so much for staying over there. Thank you for watching.
fascinating.
Okay, I'm gonna crash.
This is a trend that started in Japan and goes pretty far back. You can develop a red hand an RPG game from 1995 explicitly said in interview he wanted to make a suspenseful game to RPG like Meachew. If you're not familiar with these games, that might surprise you. You might think, what the shit? They've been doing RPG Maker games for almost 30 years. Yeah, and you know what? That's not even the oldest one. Corpse Party first came out in 1996. Massive time frame. I want you to just stop it for a moment. Think about all of the RPG makers that have been in Japan since 1996 that have never been translated.
I should have put my name. I should have done something stupid like
solid selection like
Drew.
Also, these are considered by many to be the best of the top shit. There are thousands more out there. The sheer volume. All of the
Hey.
Alright,
RPG Maker. See, I had a feeling the second I realized it was
but as we saw,
I happen to know I think that is way out.
there's also a lot of really stuff that slip through the cracks.
Okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say was well, I found another clue. I gotta tell you. What you're looking at is the title screen.
Right, this was
Translates basically as Nirvana. Notice it's totally blank. Oh, and take a listen. Yeah, that's spooky mansion music. Ordinarily, if you download an RPG, it's a good idea to cut it because there's a good chance you just walked into a but Make no mistake, this game had its share of problems.
Super unsettling.
So, I guess some
I just
context
go around and
I'll
speak to this guy.
give you a rundown of what I could find about this game before I play it. It's kind of interesting. Now, if you don't give a shit, you just want to see what it looks like. I don't know. Skip ahead to this part. Relatively speaking, the previous two games I covered were well done. Obviously, not so much in Meachew, but both Hereditary and Gathering were games that won official contests held by the creators of RPG. And I was able to find articles with real deal company-approved information about the developers. This one, a little different. Nehan was a game that seems to have mostly found its audience on Japanese image boards and blogs. As a matter of fact, that's exactly where I found the game. A full entry on a blog. Every so often, people ask me how exactly I come across these games, and the simple answer is if you know a handful of search terms and really look through old web time, it's really simple. Here's an example of a story. You can do this right now. On Google, paste in free game immersive free game animation. Switch to images and just start clicking shit. Maybe you don't like what you're seeing. Okay, throw in a modifier like, you know, horror. And there you go. More links that you know what to do with in a single lifetime. I'll throw all of these links in the description below if you want to copy them. Anyway, most of the blogs we're talking about were very much alike. Without fail, every one of them that I saw mentioned that the game was very violent. And if you're averse to that kind of thing, you probably don't want to play it. The other thing they typically mention is that it was heavily inspired by the specific food in case you don't know. And that's generally the gist of what they say, aside from just providing a download. So, the funny thing about Meachew is that despite its age and relative obscurity, it's actually not hard at all to find a download link to the game. I'll throw that in the description. The challenge for this one ended up being finding out more of the finer details, like who made it, you know, when was it released, and what else, if anything, people think about it. Sometimes I get playing a number of years ago. It wasn't clear when exactly that was. I found stuff that went as far back as 2006 talking about this game. After a while, I decided to just download it and check it out. And thankfully, the files themselves fill in some things. If you look at the map files here, you'll see they were edited between late 2001 and early 2002, meaning we're working with another game that's over 20 years old. There's even a little manual developed which gives you overviews and controls and reveals the game was made by a team called the Dark World, with one of the members going by the name of Yara Small. They clearly wore their influence on their sleeve. Perhaps best of all, they actually provide a link to their website. Naturally, it's a form format. Plug that shit into the Wayback Machine, and wow, people will save it. So, we can scroll the team's funky-ass website in the present day. This site is awesome. You got
I'll just replay my older streams.
resources like
Damn.
articles about Armageddon. Yeah, these guys were gaming for real. Just looking through this and reading stuff,
To be
you're
honest.
probably making friends. Kind of gives you an idea of the minds behind the game. Definitely enthusiast, and I really like that. With all of this great extra info, I was still kind of curious to know more about how this game was received. Before I started, I thought it would be neat to get more of a fan perspective to measure my expectations of it. I kept reading through different posts. I even found some Let's Plays, some of which are shockingly recent, and gradually came to the conclusion that I pretty much already knew the answer. The two things I already mentioned, graphic violence and the Lovecraftian influence, are exactly why now should be. At first you might think, that doesn't sound really A lot of games that are popular today delve into that territory. You got high-profile stuff like Dark Souls, your household name. But let's flash back to when this game somewhere in 2002. From what I can tell by reading different comments, travel was a fairly novel concept at the time.
Okay.
People seem to have had a curious attitude about the game's concepts and describe it as notably depressing, which leads me to believe this type of horror was a bit more fresh. It even got to the point that people in the Japanese image board were so into Nano that they were making full-blown parody games based on it. I couldn't find links to any of them based on this game, but I'm sure they're out there. Believe it or not, the last game I covered, Ghoul, even has one, and it's called Gomez. I actually did end up playing this, but that's a story for another time. So there you have it, an early 2000s Japanese take on Lovecraft. One that is apparently so violent, everyone needs to binge watch. Let's give it a run through and see what goes down. The title screen here kind of gets recontextualized with all that additional detail. Now it feels less like a kid's summer project and more like I'm about to watch grainy footage of someone being created. Alright, well, we have 3 options here. The first one essentially says New Hell, which is how you start that out. Then you have save and then shut down. So, start a new hell, and away we go. The first thing we're shown is a quote from famous author Arthur Mackay, who is actually a strong influence on Lovecraft himself. The quote reads, "There are sacraments of evil as well as of holy balance, and we live and move, to my belief, in an unknown world, a place where there are caves and shadows and dwellers in twilight. It is possible that man may sometimes return on the track of evolution, and it is my belief an awful world is not good. Then, moody music kicks in, and we're told to put in our name. You'll notice our character is just represented by a silhouette, and our default name is Watashi, which means literally I, as in oneself. They're kind of inviting you to self-expression. Since you can actually write in English, go ahead and do that, so at least one person afterwards, you're asked if you'd like to see a system explanation. Essentially, the game's mechanics. Something I've noticed is that dedicated freaky shit. The actual material for RPG combines classic stories of adventure, fantasy, and don't get me wrong, people do make them, and a lot of them. But when I think of this engine, my mind goes straight to the destroyer and guy ripping you out of the
Alright. Here's what I'll do. Intelligence in the background. Whatever plays.
Is a fantasy-themed RPG for the PC.
You just have to play whatever. And in the background, just words. Casing feels the flapping. Manipulating gateway. Almost 4 hours. Let's see. Other sounds.
every day, and I've said this before, with RPG Maker, there's a lot of stuff. A game might be extremely late.
I have no fear of fire up best action.
Okay.
I've noticed it's
Anything you guys see me get that's like different, it's probably I think that's the entirety of this level. We're gonna go down to
what I could find anything at the bottom of that. It's kind of interesting. Now, see what it looks like. Skip ahead to the next one. The previous two games I've made are well done. Obviously, there's not so much in like seconds per
everything.
And I was able to find real deals this one a little different. Japanese image board and multiple entry on a board. So how I didn't even think about the simple answer is if you know like hand here's an example. You can do this right paste in video game switch to images and just start clicking shit. Maybe you don't like it. But you know, and there you go. Just know what to do in a single life. Kind of good offers all of those parameters.
I wonder if the devs were nixed out doing some sort of status effect for this particular map as they try and pass through this lawn center. That would be
Alright. I'll also turn down the mic for a while. Bye.
Gee! Oh my! Didn't think this would be a horror game.
When exactly that was. I found stuff that went as far back as 2006.
The thing I'm not sure of is why that bothered me with Radar.
I just downloaded it and thankfully, Wild itself fills the if you look at the map files here, you'll see they were edited between late 2001 and early 2000. It's edited. Another game is like 9 years old. There's even a little menu email. So close to the skills, the game was made by a team called Dark World. Which is basically
This is the problem with the excellent firewall. I wouldn't be way too expensive.
They actually provided links to their website. Naturally, it's every plug that shit in their Wayback Machine. And wow, there were a lot of people who saved it. So we can scroll the team's funky ass website in the present day. This site is awesome. You got links to other projects, resources like music, articles about Armageddon. Yeah, these looking for physical reading stuff, you'd probably make for a good game. That gives you an idea of the mind. I just assumed it was definitely finished. And I really like that.
That's probably not the curse that has the spell is right start good.
I thought that's fan perspective.
Probably change.
I kept reading more posts. I even found some let's plays, some of which were shocking. And gradually came to the conclusion that I pretty much already knew the answer. No. The two things I already mentioned, graphic violence and the low gravity input, are exactly why men are big. At first you might think, that doesn't sound good. Most games that are popular today delve into that. You got high profile stuff.
Over there in
Household names. Let's flash back to somewhere in 2002. From what I can tell by reading Lovecraft was a fairly novel concept at the time, at least in Japan. People seem to have had a curious attitude about the game's concepts, and describe it as
the death animation of these guys, I guess Meachew must have given me the lyrics back or the game just doesn't recognize
so genetic that they were making based on I couldn't find links to any of them based on this game, but I'm sure they're out there. Believe it or not, the last game I covered, Google even had it, and it's called Gomez. I actually did end up playing this, and that's a story for another time. So there you have it. In early 2000s, Japanese take on Lovecraft. One that is apparently so violent, everyone needs to warn you about. Let's give it a run through and see what goes down. It's a 3 year to get a recontextual now it feels less like a kid's summer project and more like about one strong Alright, well, we have 3 options. The first one essentially says, you can hell with high spark. Then you have and then shut down. So start a new hell and here we go. After all, the first one we're showing is a quote from famous author Arthur Sackett, who's actually a strong influence on Lovecraft. Their sacrifice as well as an art.
entirety of this level and we can double check to make sure that we got everything. So hey guys, it turns out we did miss one pile of treasure in the middle of this room here.
And our default name is which means literally I. And
I guess let's walk oneself back. In fact, next time you'll see me, it's actually right down to the final. That's it for this episode. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time on
essentially I guess they're assuming we're like most people and we didn't look at this mix.
So guys, we're back with more Ragflues on the first page, ready to go down.
The explanation starts by saying it's about to enter a crystal force, and if you need to follow these instructions, you will have to make it down below. To keep it brief, I'll sum it up. Number 1, pay attention to sound. Turning your volume might help you survive. I'm going to be really upset if this
psychedelic again.
Number 2, pay attention to the top left corner. If it says invent, you're in a glitch. If it says you might need to make Number 3, anything written in orange is very good news. And finally, you're going to have to fight through life. You don't gain experience. You're not in here. It's basically a last resort. Do anything you can to set up a surprise attack or even better, escape. You'll also get health and stamina, which regenerate.
I imagine our spells are not yet really
and that's the long as the tutorial lasts, it reminds you that shit is life or death, and then which is your
this particular section, again, it has the same
The
problem.
last thing, if we can clearly recall, is going out by
As Chaos Temple is too much dialogue, too much combat. That's just a sign of a full game. The way games work back then. It's very hard.
This is your typical RPG interface. So on the right side, you can see our stats. 50 health and 40 stamina. And we even have a character. Funnily enough, it's lost person. Then on the left, it gives us first up is title. Look in and you'll see we have a light. It's already established that we're smoking.
You can kind of
I guess we would make
say that
I'm sure you'll come in.
the other people kind of extend.
This is pretty useful. We don't have any right now, but as you start to make your weapon, you'll be able to choose combat, beneficial standard.
Not much to say.
After that is equipment. Again, it's pretty useful. When you get a weapon, definitely equip it. Don't just leave it in your rounding off the menu, the next option now is the same as the last one. Easy. So, how the fuck do we get out of this? Well, I was kind of tempted to jump out, but our guy here doesn't like it, and knows it's sick and dark, and even see what you can do, check out the system. I did all this that must mean somebody just finished up there. You can try to punch through it, but it has little sense. Fortunately, there's a convenient big ass iron plate leaning on the wall. Pick it up, and with one good swing, we're able to break the protagonist gets anxious about leaving. It's either wait to die in here, take our chances, and possibly escape. So there's no question about it. Step out, and we find ourselves in one long shit hole. Looks like we didn't just get unlucky with our moves. The entire place seems to be abandoned. Our character noticed that there distinctly sleeper sounds. The only indication that someone might still be here is the fact that the lights are on. Our next goal then becomes to find whoever that may be. Personally, I'm good. I really don't want to find whoever's holding her. But I guess this could be one big misunderstanding, right? Maybe the Yakuza grabbed the wrong guy. Carefully look around and see what we can do. And included in here is an extensive section of barrel speakers in the middle of the hall, and two others at the far end. The blue door is locked. Our character wonders if there's somebody now, there's nothing here. The next one down is no treasure. But when we walk in, it's a complete shirtless man in an office chair facing the wall.
Sorry about that, guys. Slight interruption.
The man doesn't react at all to our entry, and our hero wonders if maybe he's a typo. He's definitely, that's what I thought. As we walk around the chair near the sky, I see that nice loud jump scare. Not only is he dead, someone ripped his eyes out and took all his sword. Our guy lets out a nice long swing, definitely has guns in his mouth, and tries to call for the
Dead surgeon's gotta be the stuff.
music bounces all around. He takes a deep breath, try to assess
Superstition. No basis in reality, but there it is.
hallway with no windows, slip into a little room of concrete. Skim over all the things. Reality is, whoever's in here with us definitely comes turn us into that stage one. Just as we reach that level, so shirtless guy with bulgy red eyes and his face painted. That's straight down. Shit! This dude roars at us, then chases us down the hallway, screaming understand what player we know where we can go. So we have two enemies that are CC'd. Why would the auto turret select the enemies that are CC'd? It should automatically select the enemies that are CC'd. It's time for a
So it becomes no surprise that they made a name for themselves.
I like that at least remember that it's time for that's something, but still.
In the mid-80s, they started developing RPG games like Fantasy.
I'd say we have a fair shot. Yeah, okay, strong, but our weapon has far more perspective. A good hitter too. We'll probably make it out. Your best bet is to go into the special and use the crush.
It's a great RPG.
Pipe down onto
It was so popular that it spawned an entire line of RPGs called Gold Box, as all of the games came with Gold Box. The Pool of Radiance ended up being used for 11 D&D games, including the first graphical MMORPG, as well as the first sci-fi. After the series had run its course, SSI was forgotten around the limited adventures in 93, which inspired the construction to let players create their own Gold
So
Box
there's really only one option here. Hit his ass in the head again. This time, we really like
so it's not the first game after that.
too stuck in the and while we don't
For a game to spawn two groundbreaking spin-off titles, eight sequels in the time span of 5 years, they must have done something right. For essentially being the first proper D&D video game, Pool of Radiance did a lot of things.
the music just
Although
becomes
it's
kind
not
of
a
soft.
personal preference, it can make a case for being the best RPG
And that we did.
before the 90s. What makes this such an outstanding game is how it balances more contemporary games such as Star Wars and Ultima 5 are eventually uplifting advanced gameplay. Pool of Radiance is how well well, it took a while for me to get
Killing someone for the
I can personally vouch
this man of
I'm never gonna find my way out of here.
So what ends up happening is the air inside of the extreme colors.
however, it's worth noting that later Gold Box titles can get very feature
Maybe somehow we can wake up. Honestly,
while mostly use footage from
here,
Spring. In Pool of Radiance, you have to manually add healing spells
Oh,
to
yeah.
replenish health while you're resting, whereas later games automated this process. It removed a lot of tedious repetition in the gameplay. But let's back up a bit and see how the game starts.
step inside.
All of the games start with a party creation. Unlike in JRPGs or even modern Western RPGs, you don't create one character to choose more people to party. You must instead create your own party consisting of 6 different characters, which is correct. The standard practice in computer RPGs would primarily do all 3 predefined characters like members of your own, or add adjacent characters. By choosing a class, you can also opt out for dual or multi-class. One character can either have 3 different professions at once. It's a common feature of being a choice, and generally an RPG negative trade-off beyond a slower level of making a hybrid character.
Find that safe.
Once you've chosen the sex, race, and class of your character, you must
We have that machete.
in most D&D
That's
games,
gonna work a lot
it
better.
actually isn't the first area, but it's still always a part of the character creation process. That kind of cargo-full program isn't easy to use, but it's understandable since early RPG developers taking an exact recreation of every D&D and goals. Similarly, some race class combinations are useless due to entertainment. Athletes have a lower strength and fighters can only reach the 6th level, while human fighters can level up unlimited. Females of all races have a lower maximum strength. So it just doesn't make any sense to make athlete fight people, especially when it's school, even if you're given the choice to do so. Another similarly puzzling carryover from tabletop games is the rolling of virtual dice for stats. It's something you have to get used to, as D&D games did that until the turn of the millennium. In the early re-editions of the tabletop game, you might get a bad roll and end up with a dumb face of a scrawny fighter, while in the video games, you can re-roll your stats as many times as you want until you get the desired outcome. So all this tabletop simulation accomplishes is making players waste mental time trying to get optimal characters for the individual genres. What kind of makes it simple is actually by including a small your base stats don't go up every time you level like every other RPGs. While your hit points are chance and saving throws to get better with each level, there isn't much power creep to do it like other similar D&D titles. A fighter who starts out with 25 hit points might have 100 by the end. Similarly, the health monsters and bosses grow to 2/3 proportions. D&D's health system still has unrealistic implications for tabletop wargaming. But having your health triple or quadruple in a single play is still paying to shift this elite-centric RPG with stats on point to the point of single war is more difficult. A unique part of the low-cost system is the strength in relation to corporate experts. Of course, everyone who has ever played this system is kind of like benefiting male or female. This gives you a strap. Compared to the sprite rate, is actually the body parts and color combinations to characters look the same, which is really helpful in comics, as it makes it easier to visualize how a character moves around. When you find a piece of art, you expect to be enough. After the series is kind of divided into 3 trilogies. 4 are set in the standard Forgotten Realms series. The Spring Trilogy, which is the more uses fabulous stacks and features more dragon-like creatures in the game, while 2 games their development was outsourced to development called Stormfront Studios, which is something that once you decide upon it, you can start exploring
Some Nintendo Power bullshit up in here.
but the features were tough strategy once you run it in the grand fast. So it's a Dragon Warrior except the influences are extended all the way around. Graphics aren't good enough that you can easily tell the areas of television, so you'll likely have this start to like one of the layouts pretty lost in the except thus you're not any of the strategies like characters where the first the music playing but not the exploration of the house is certain dungeon big overfilled with teleporting trash and other matters like accident admittedly navigating
Is it math?
if you are used to automatic but the interface always tells you which direction you're facing and what coordinates you're standing in.
Let's try here.
There's even a which is technically an impressive feature of but it only shows the way it's straight without but it isn't really enough to go by. But at least this feature lets you move around the stage yourself. So all in all, the developers did a lot to help players feel lost, even technical limitations. And that is where the game really shines. For the longest time, Roblox made it favorite second battle system, and RPGs battles of the stage incorporate both written and movement. Their vision and flavor
I'm sure this means something, but at this point I'm just cringe. I love this game, I swear.
Getting far after the game release, many games were intense, not far away from such details as in-depth engagement. But there's still a few more novel and exclusive add-ons. When a character is dropped to zero, not action not it becomes impossible to provide all the things one can see negative tension. The architect once the character starts moving, the right character is about to navigate the Some enemy types also apparently suffer really explode upon darkness, damaging everyone around them, which can cause a others started to stop, which can temporarily disarm another group. Snakes and blood shredded up with such a deal with it. And this is the real art. Characters also reflect force, dexterity increases when you shut strength affects the ability to carry items, heavier your armor and deadly cycle, less vehicle to move over time. Strong characters can carry more items, thus will fog away weak characters,
You know, this is something. Walk in and we find ourselves in a makeshift
So while your hard-hitting warriors are swinging swords at or instant kills by throwing them in heavy defense. Spellcasting differs quite a lot.
It basically disrupts how the brain works. This can manifest in things.
Hello.
While later on,
It has been standing around the entire time waiting for us to run into.
And the boundary
I hate to say it, but this was a really awesome setup for jump scares.
the main
So Leatherface here starts screaming just like the guy who's and we scream back at us, and the game's all like, you're dating.
negative feedback.
It tells you super loud out there.
It gets louder.
It's kind of very
Different, especially because it's the over to
So whereas you might feel the right becomes by level 5, you can get 4 level 1 spells, 3 level 2 spells, even fighters don't start off with no spells, especially at low level. You will miss more than you'll get. Sometimes it will take you more to kill just one enemy. It's ridiculous. That's the thing about this game. It's not built for instant gratification. It's a slow burn.
I have raised
So when you start with this character alone, there's a chance to almost kill the dragon just one hit. It's very fast. Over time, fighters will gain additional attacks. Please, which max out automatically hit the enemies will deal really low. Attacks can go up as well. That's how you use balance. At low levels, the combat is more unpredictable, while your damage output becomes more stable later on due to the way dice problems smashes in the That's why tools is specify low and high difficulty from each other. If you don't like the lowest, you can play one of the simple if you don't start off on the highest. While battles are generally expertly many modern RPGs, they are
sure
sure
Sweet
this
Baby
guy
is down for the count.
as a laborious result. You are user-friendly thanks to these on-screen verbs, but aiming your text, moving items from one place to another, and memorizing spells can all feel more like
It's
work.
so unsettling. They
One of
really
the
make
aspects of the game I know the Commodore 64 was didn't really use the mouse. Pointing and clicking would have made performing many of the tasks easier, but as it is, you interact with the keyboard quite a lot. There actually is a quick combat option for automatically solving, but that's a mess with its resource management, and it doesn't seem to tedious manually selecting the attack targets in hard battles. You can't put the game on autopilot. For the most part, combat works fine in the Nero play, but you can hold target key and then select the target you want to attack. The later games fixed this problem by automatically targeting the repeatedly with each game. The UI isn't really all that hard to get into. It's the learning process and note-taking that will be the larger culture shock that goes against modern RPGs. There is no doubt. For every time you have an important conversation, it's a good idea to write down where to go and what to do. Another technique that has been used is the fact that much of the storyline is meant to be as a developer can save disk space by doing so. Every now and then the game prompts you to read journal entry 11, art and time, which you must look up in the journal. It was common back then for manuals to contain information that couldn't be fit inside a game, as doing tutorials and things like that is unfeasible with some memory limited requirements.
You can take a full shot. It's here. Why not going to find
Goldbox can effectively get most of the
So we
storyline
clear all these,
which are numbers,
like making the map pretty
Wasteland showcases the ultimate storyline about a Martian invasion, which never happens in the real world. That's one way to fool players. You also have to check the damage value for weapons, which is important to understand.
stupid like
So we need to make our way up to the center now. And it's kind of the red herring of the
Temporary city.
hey, see, I had a feeling this would be
But I still recommend and all of a sudden
in the upper half of some guy's body flies down the hallway, attached to someone's arm, from behind it comes the
they also have a
guess what? It's another chase sequence. These things are I can't even see what happens. The only way that they sense to go is back to the stairs. So that's what I did. And so you can scream, but I can stay. I read about it. Side George Miller, the last one he gives me this time. They must be in because another guy comes in from above us, meeting what they see between two of these fuckers. That's really great.
baby ride around,
This dude,
baby ride
It may not look like much now.
it distracts us just from a nice little boy named Robert gets dropped. Yes, we're sort of I don't think you can win this.
Right. So the trick to this place is it's only on the opposite side, so
What the hell are you supposed to do? Check it. You don't move back.
it's two different colored patches
Into the dark.
this
And somehow, there's another guy right there. And this dude is static.
That's quick save.
Says the boss working
And make sure that there's nothing left in Ship 6 Tower being dead.
give it a quick chance to find the man's weapon. And then,
Alright, before we do that, let's turn down the movie music. It's getting ridiculous.
with all three of us shooting this fight is a total.
The way the game treated me
The absolute shit out of Rubber. even so, exciting, guys. We demand to know how our new friend it is kind of suspicious. You sure does, however, he has no idea at all because it worked out when he walked outside, the mask came back in the settings.
Alrighty, we're just gonna have to grin and bear it, looks like. Here we go, guys.
This guy's name might be Obviously, I did intend to change that, but somehow, I really don't know how. I managed to move the cursor over the finish line and just left it how it was. So, on the screen, his name's gonna be I'll call him Joe. From here, we can do your rubber band.
This is what I think. I think we're the best.
Inside, there's a biscuit. Yelp across the street.
Here we are.
Back upstairs, knowing exactly who's behind the door. We unlock it and bang. Not even going to give us a chance to come inside.
Going to die out.
The guy was really tall.
I'll die somewhere here. Inside this town.
It's pretty much guaranteed to
Will not.
after a while.
Don't ask me how I know. But I can feel it.
White
I can feel the necromancer inside
he
me.
falls, Charlie starts shouting in the lobby, asking why he was brought along to this
Because I know I'm not.
As the
Johnson is watching.
down, suddenly our heads start
He's in my
and
own
our
mind.
screen fades away.
I'm already dead. And he's waiting to take my soul. Once he has that out, once he has that,
Cigarettes walks out
in my brain, his creatures, they're there with him. Don't bite me.
Then sprays us with something and knocks us out.
Come on.
Then
You can't. It's here. Inside. Get out. Go with you. Get free to try and kill me. We searched every nook and
then shown a bizarre sight. I have seen
him get down and
stand around our half-conscious body, acid and you can see the ladder stretching down. And with the way out the entire time, as we flash back,
we can't prevent it from happening. When it does happen, I don't see it. Please, behind you.
snatch up the big scissors and decide to head back to the street. As we look to the
It's like a demon called Zone Flames. That's a fair description for someone who's blind. It's my fire wounds. One stalks the exit of the tower. If I remember the odds are in his favor. I have studied them, but never seen one. There's only one spell I know. Only one spell that
touching down. How the fuck? Painted guy. Really did survive.
this town. I see no master passion. Our only chance if I can remember the spell. No reason. What do you mean remembered? Forgot?
Ahead of us stretches a very, very long tunnel. You're definitely going to get your steps in. You just go and go and go.
Eventually, it's too dangerous. Let's fight. You got it. Ethan, I won't let you. This time I face my demons. You don't even remember the spell. I'll remember the spell. I still have time to kill you after you cast. Thank you. You did more than you had to. No, think about what you're doing. I did think. And I think it's time for me to do something for you now. Alaron promised me you'll take care of Rita Colby. I promise.
Our character suggests they go back to the finish. And Charlie imagined that maybe
You like your snow god.
back mentality.
I can't decide. Better make it quickly before I destroy you. Are you blind? realize for once that's a blessing. And just die.
Each day the same thing. Each stronger raise fear and new pressure to give bear because of the yes, it's a miracle. We can grab something foolish still exist. They apologize for not being there for the
Remember the spell.
time passed and leaving us to get
Wow.
Decent.
It's not very interesting and a bit aimless. In a sick way, though, we now have a possible universe.
Decent.
Even though this game came out before the song, it kind of arrived out as in and we got millions, I guess, shit, and realized something about this.
That is the end of Decent. More importantly, I really want to make sure this stuff is in plus.
He's the extreme dead end. Classic shit, you know? Everyone is completely demonstrated. Charlie's thirsty.
Yeah, looks like it.
Ray doesn't believe this leads to nothing. And she's right. I mean, it's impossible.
Chances are coming for you.
There must be a game.
The hell is coming with this?
And it's not super obvious where that secret is. Unfortunately, someone left it. There's a little note on the right at the end of that. It's not great shit. It's old. But there's still some good stuff left to read these in. This thing is a diary.
And so the knight did what was right, and fought Shamson with all his might.
Oh, again, Jester.
Such quality I've embedded in these good squire call me Paris.
Alright, you already know my name.
In truth, your name is lost to me. That's just the trouble, can't see. Or don't you know? This tower, dreams this darkest dreams now. Yes, you're right. And parents shall me.
The entire team except for the writers is gone. And they mentioned
Choice had I none, I would have just planned my his skill. Shamsu is not afraid to kill. Hell now. Not sway Shamsu. Peace on fearing I hide behind the guise of reading cards and rhymes. I cast myself with nonsense spells. No me, none to sell. And when Shamsu asked what I knew, I tried for him my twisted so deeply riddled with my words, the sense of them not to be heard. The necromancer's wolves falls, and now he sees
crazy ass as we step into the same cave and
Trying to tell me a fortune.
you will not laugh before the stabbing. The power makes the land succeed. The staff is all Shamsu.
I'm sure my house is down here somewhere.
Think what my words to the fit. Now, love is in
Charlie hopes that the gate leads to Ray nervous and
now gets a visit from Shamsu.
alright, well,
That's Brianna.
make it beautiful steps.
What's the name he's looking for?
She's so dark.
No, she's
Down in the carpet, looks almost alien.
We're near German. How can I
I know a way to spare play. Why this magic portal cast of stone to bring you in an instant. And in the blinking of an eye, you'll be at the side.
Some of us might survive.
Before you are too late, and darkest magic seals your fate.
Exciting is powerful, and then leaves the party.
The light he bears with such dark Shamsu can sometimes miss his mark. The necromancer can be thwarted, fighted, be rewarded.
Eventually, his intelligence
See all the faces of his friends in
but
places.
he's not
If you can take
the way back to the Flash, we only have no idea what just happened. Neither Charlie nor Ray are out of nowhere, a loud scream. The voice isn't coming from the pitch, it's rather somewhere around the street. As we rush out of the room, only one
Jester's Mace is one of a kind. Aspect is restricted to environment, strength is 10, base is 65, damage is 3, dexterity plus 5, and next man is it's actually a fantastic weapon. Despair, like
Charlie manages to stutter out.
cannot do that. It's fine.
Our character says nothing in response, and the final boss of the game begins. As we meet him inside, it just takes two. It's clear at this point that Charlie's no better than the first. I'm not so sure.
I don't want to give him much. He's a difficult cat, so probably
He's going to be putting out a lot of damage, and it's unlikely he'll survive this. As we Charlie calls out to us.
First, let's check out that.
But it's not like we're going to have my first game like so Charlie go out. His skill starts like that. He's showing you he's now being forced to kill those this poor guy doesn't know how it's about to destroy a building. Ray is actually still alive, but she knows it's not going to be prepared.
Alright, well, in that case, I guess.
Ray reflects on how happy she felt when she first met him. And the fact that we don't do so much effort to help her out, she considers herself to be forgiven. As her final response, she blinks her eyes and dies at the hand of someone she's doing right now. Ray says she was anything else that being planned in this place. Screams out and then does it. In a second, nothing moves. In reality, he's killed all his friends as he stands by the other weapon. He then starts to laugh, and next thing you know, we wake up in patch shorts, standing in cold psychiatrist.
I really don't care.
And the psychiatrist explains, oh my god.
Didn't think this would be a horror game. Here we go. Which portal should we take? He never said for goodness sake. Damn it.
And then haunting weddings, the things are becoming distorted.
Let's try this. Let's
As the game runs to a close, our character expresses excitement for a day that will soon come. A day that we just like.
Alright, so this will be the other one.
And then the credits. I really thought this game would be incredible story. You definitely see this coming. But I think it was really fun to tell everyone's story.
So the knight did what he could. Save the hero in the wood.
Has a witty
You're jabbering about Ferris.
and it's pretty much impossible to tell what's
Nothing.
really right.
See what you may look ahead and see today. Don't look back.
Quit doing that.
Dying of flatter and misarrive. Imagine that.
Imagine your words that way.
It also never becomes clear how exactly
But I can't.
Harry took this around. The only possible explanation is that we actually
Don't get mad. It's not so bad.
I've read a fair amount of Lovecraft's work, and I was thoroughly engaged. So I can only imagine that being you would never been exposed to these stories. Even more strange.
Rhyming days are
Now that we've seen all of it,
go ahead and
I
say
didn't
what you have to
briefly address
say.
the violence aspect of Transcendence. Like I said,
Myself as some prisons.
that's a black and
Right out. Spill it out. One of the kinds reading solid, right boy. Chancellor's been interested in reality for a long time.
heavy violence self-censor. in commercially released games. It's fairly easy to find data cases of these
No ordinary healer. I laid her hands myself. She was completely beyond power. I do believe that something about a great fall attracted him.
It's probably even now. Digital double story
Tiny Hut observes to its degree. Shams of which she sees backward.
character does survive. But from what I understand, she's considered kind of controversial because even though
Very well, let's go ahead and find out.
significant disrespect in a is that that extra context, I think the hype around what this game is makes a lot more sense. It's completely uncensored, and there's a lot of
God said very little, but more than enough. That's why Shamsung came to me. His God said
because they still exist within the story. And the answer is no. The game ends at the end.
you ever know there to be related. Someone is important.
And it's very different.
So guess what, guys?
Oh yeah. Nehan 2 Darkness Meachew. The first game definitely seems to have most of real. In my experience, at least, there were less games on it. Surprisingly, if you take a look at the file, you'll see the bulk of the work was also that excluded although he actually has a 2,000-dimensional character. Once you got started on this game right after the new series, compared to Nehan 3-dimensional, less survival, and investigators, there's a little security information straight up says back here it makes it harder to justify however, it says primarily because they weren't able to find all the other games scale. They felt like the original could use more. The devs as far as the nostalgia difficulties they had with making this game profile, a couple highlights are expressing artistic things in a realistic way, sound effects, images. I think it's really neat they do this for posterity. And what they're doing is saying, basically, to have this direct fill back from the others.
I'm staying with you.
So how does the story end? What could possibly happen next? All I'm gonna say is it's pretty crazy and basically cemented my decision. Let's give it a starting with whatever. The first thing we see is a message in English saying the world is dedicated to ancient things that have been on the string just the last time.
Please don't anger him.
Which is just here's the gist. Far below here is something unseen with the independent dimension and it is a character it beyond the dimensions. However, is that character maybe something that links to any real or second when memories are tied is really has already been caught.
Great wizard.
Can it now shut up? Pretty creepy. Sure to see that by unsealing that gate. And take another title card. I like so statistical thing we met with is a light being shined out as a disembodied speaks to if a character tells to never forget break yourself. However, in the most definition continues on saying you don't need to know who they are.
Great wizard, that's
Beyond any doubt, so some weird
and badly spoken. Get it out, powerful.
Scott here was, they raise a good point. The fuck game, I think, looks like it's playing as the same guys before. However, and that game did end as us being in a cycle.
Boy, dream schemes. I know it's
We went really crazy. Because of that, you actually can't use definition for the record, even all the names I've given. After 6
side of the cast battle,
Speaking
while
in
Star Tour feels an
are
absolute
tired.
shield.
They've never seen
Warrior
this
is more self-explanatory.
Pivot,
Quick enemy pockets,
sounds kind of
long
crazy.
jump,
The man staring at us now
swing with an
and
enemy
that
dash.
should be true.
Pilot can bop and heal himself.
While I didn't quite like the solo style, the visuals in this game
Also
are also
different
very
physically. Some fast
You might be
ballers
thinking,
are slow. Warriors have the most health,
well,
and
you
needless
might
to release.
apparently it's modeled after a war. I only know this because on Reddit and comments in Japanese, the doctor seems to have been made to resemble Shiro Sano, an actor who appears in a lot of things, like Godzilla. The doc here greets us and says, surprise, surprise, even psychiatrists were then prompted to provide a name for him, and there's seemingly no defaults in this game. So, what do you call a psychiatrist, Let's go. Breaking you around. A new name I will never use. Don't get used to it. After we're finished, read our sketches, and then just write down the real shit. You're just to stay calm in this environment. And if you're safe, great, our character is shocked. He starts to think suddenly, in that you start to go through, even after seeing that kind of shit, we refuse to believe the doctor is saying, but he seems to expect our reaction. He says he understands
What about him?
Eager for more details. Which only creates an awkward silence, resulting in Inosuke leaving, as he suggests we get some sleep. You dickhead, we just woke up. Freddy, it's kind of hard. So obviously there's no you're not even gonna bring me like a glass of water or something? So we're just sitting there, right? Trying to get our heads around because we never actually touched it. We first came out, it's kind of like wait, we typed it in and that voice told us he was sleeping during that segment. So it's true. It would seem that we never actually did tell the doctor. The opening report did just dreaming. So maybe the narrative sounds in there. And or it could just be that the doesn't maybe he's maybe we have that extra one path to hit it the same way but especially
during this time period,
interrupted by a new as our neighbor whispers somewhat ominously saying that buildings are I mean, if anything better and shit, they don't want the doors and because we can just go without levels. Looks an awful lot like what we woke up in the first scene, doesn't it? It's not the exact same.
even when I'm using it's a series that's one of the first
Yes, it is.
it takes place in space.
Honestly, there's not much else to say.
From a regular
It's Tim, right? Our character class is simply word discussions this time. And keep going.
One interesting detail about the Spartan is that it features a research something later Polar's Gate series. It features a
You've got equipment also, and there are no weapons in this game, so you're not even going to have to worry about it. Then you've got save.
was developed by
They really is something the same.
little I play, it looks like a solid, master of
Our new friend who's found directly next to the one you proud enough boys eagerly accusing
so instead of bounty program, you'll spend your time developing an gray hair
Man is apparently so disturbing looking that our face gives it away, which prompts him to start creeping the guy. It's a fucked up ass flash on his He mockingly asks, "That scary neighbor next to us," which flusters our chair as the man admits that he's very ugly. After that, the two decide to do calculations, and it's just get ready for this. Meachew. Don't ask why, don't ask how. It just works. That's two new names in one video. God damn. Once we swap, my Onizuka gets down to it and says, different surface it's just your photo cavern spewing overgrown by the surrounding universe. Containing things that nothing about the film figured it was important to give it back. Let's say each one such a bad guy after all. Back in our group, it became worth trying to remember anything at all about. If that's the case, trying to get bigger is still frustrated to make our escape becomes one of us and begin visualizing ourselves at the table. What do you know? There we are. Maybe trying mentally walk to start Start off on a spacious patch of dirt. As we approach, the protagonist realizes he can't remember inside. He questions whether he's even been in his people. Honestly, we accomplished pretty much jack shit during this most astonishing paths, but I guess being able to picture ourselves outside of the ending that visualization here, our guy decides the best course of action is to go and show the photos to Reno's. Listen, you saw how he acted when he was the best games. Personally, I've never gotten a good reaction after showing something. In fact, you get quite upset. Maybe this will be my last video. Might as well take a little tour of the other rooms. The first video is to give you for now, after that, you have Reno's office, and then at the very end, easy enough.
Oh my god, look at Ferris! That is fantastic, I love that. That is the best thing I've seen.
Because General is set to speak with us in our current condition. Dad did, however, leave us behind with Reno's provides for us to take back to our planet. I'm super interested in what this has to say, because there's no way he's telling the truth. I guarantee it is something like this. My dad had to return his homeland when he's not dead. Now, before we leave, we get another dialogue with a choice. Do we do what we came here to do and show Reno's face, or just leave? Well, the reason we came, right? I don't feel good about it, but let's see what happens. And if we should, the protagonist whips that thing out and says, "Super trust," but Reno's remains stern and tells us we simply shouldn't trust anything Onizuka says because he's a patient who suffers from severe disease. Nor visitors to forget about painful conversations and then send back to the visit, which is impressive. No other explanation. Even if Onizuka is delusional, I mean, he still had the photo, which means somebody definitely did process it, and there is some significance to it. So the fact that the doctor just shuts it down immediately raises some obvious flags. He could have just played it up and said, "Oh yeah, that's a photo of my mom's house, you know, thanks for giving that back." But no, he shared his line health is reception and then told us to go to bed. I have this guy. Infinite dimension that night, the big machine finally realizes we get to open up our father writes that our division makes him a cyber. We will see how he interacts with video to come back here to make comments on it. That's what it says. And then asks, for my own sake, I hope this hunter is fit. Otherwise, our dad is quite the character. Our sickness makes him upset. Now, for some reason, this awful weather motivates him to turn up clearly, although he seems to know already enough about conditions and is upset. The cabin,
The next day, something doesn't work. Everything's fine. And they tried to mention these
So we can't make out incorrectly. If we headed up all the crap, not simplifying it's reinforced. In addition, we look forward saying that
The holographic principle states the entropy of darkness, not just black holes, is also proportional in certain
shit gets
that volume itself is illusory and the universe is really a hologram which is isolated to self-described on the surface of its boundary, operating its way out on the boundary.
He tells us that isn't his name at all.
Figure 9.5. This quantum field theory embodies all the features, processes, and interactions of strings that move within the interior. The link made expresses predictably translated phenomena between the two. And since we have a short-footed mathematical definition of sound quantum field theory,
You get there,
we can use it as a mathematical definition of
because they
string theory
lobotomized
to explain the strings
we're being
moving
gaslit
within this
on levels
space-time
never
shape.
before seen.
The holographic carrier universes may thus be more of a potential outgrowth of fundamental laws. They may be part of the very definition of the fundamental laws.
Technically, this is one of the game's endings. This is where much more. What it actually already figured out we made a fatal mistake right here. We showed Reno's games. And when they're doing it, there is something to this function, but it's for us. Let's jump back to the decision play. And the massive dimension universe, every conversation plays out the exact same way. But the universe is a hologram to project and read Dad's letters, still feel motivated by it. However, scale up now, when we project step we find ourselves not in the hallway of the depths of our mind, right through the cabin, the doors provide
is the very unpleasant left set. And if you were defining the rule, metaphysics, you are describing
investigation in itself. Furthermore, you'll notice the other holograms have a weird that means what is the hologram? So we start with unit 1 on projector. In this room, we've got a representation which is location shelf, two-dimensional place projected. That's fully be then done. Doing it between this and something what I was shown in my previous video is in the holographic model, no one actually sees it draw a holographic thing. There is an outburst of that because it has something with the same one projecting but I just itself. No one knows not something by text copyright itself. So we have to constantly that's the existence of something holographic story with that. The labeling has a hard time believing scaling things whatever it is, but it comes from they close things out like and then and that is external reality. It's not external reality like the next one beginning in other words, trying to say there's something outside the couch doesn't have anything to go bound by anything. There's no name it's physics. So this room is something outside the physical world. This is right. The only thing this is essentially just as vague as that's the profile of dimensionality. It's just what said external reality. That is beyond dimensionality. Therefore, external reality just a big really definition for some hierarchies. Interesting sticks out but after examining it, what it currently is in creation itself. Really make it no, it does well definition. Sorry, you know,
I like it.
For example, sitting in our room is a calculating high dimensionality, short dimensional, external reality of possibility, and solve science, some kind of false universe exists. If we did but again, we find ourselves somewhere else. This is actually, if we get external already had them. Come on, we're seeing the inside of that game can't be found in the first game. Charlie was the only one to go higher. So we're seeing first wave the protagonist is dumbfounded. Dreaming, describing himself as
But this is a problem with the specific
continue to do so. Only to hear a loud shriek from behind as that number we saw a while ago flies up our ass for box 17 into existence. We find ourselves back in bed, screaming. We try to rationalize the emotions of something. No matter how unrealistic it may be, the fact is, it's extremely real. For surviving that vision, for example, you could extremely pain had introducing dimensions to the serious escape the massification if only we kept a memory of the time let's check it out. Get there, Doc we added on narrative instead, but he did he was on. So hey, when in Rome, break into a psychiatrist's office and don't do shit. Since we're alone, that might be a good idea to do. Let's check his desk first. And we find how is it even possible that this guy works and sits in here all day and has nothing at his desk? It just doesn't make sense. Interestingly, we do have anything to close the inherently seems innocent, but I made sure to do it because I have a feeling if we make it obvious we were in here, we'll probably be punished. Let's say we have it. I'm sure you're interested, but the other shelf in here does have just like the room we found.
Alright, so we get a lot of stuff.
It's kind of weird. I still can't really figure out if it's the same room. There's so many things about it that are pretty odd. I'm sure that's a vanish. But it's clearly different enough to mention. Inside the doctor's hidden chamber, we found what appears to be his instructions. Simply because the one out the front was just a deep open. The bookshelf here holds a memo with the word repetition written on the cover. The contents are very complicated. Times second discusses biology, makes use of various one page in particular the heading of the page says the house and in the center is a drawing of a skeleton dog with sword into the ears, surrounded by various mathematical characters. Now, the hounds of Tindalos may be a little weird to explain, but it is Cthulhu mythology, so that's everything that they actually are conceived by. I like to use the Lovecraft story that mentions the idea came from this guy essentially these hounds as creatures inhabit angles of time have a view but just use the axiom of infinite dimension Lovecraft is long which runs its own reality we try hard to understand what's going on these pages and ultimately we can't wrap our head around it only coming to a somewhat disturbing conclusion that it appears to indicate our character wonders aloud the science fiction novel that's what's about it's really weird to see I went after their math comment down below the next thing I looked at was this piece of paper sitting on the couch it just has some numbers on it 3966 if you enjoyed this video go to our character probably like that definitely the code we would see finally the contents of the deck this time it's very specific near my which college platonic concept that described coincidentally the building was has a clear deep power check this out. Customer for it. You're not
Ferris.
This time, an article about a mass
Ferris.
disappearance at the beginning. 13 people.
Ferris, where are you?
And because of how small the village is,
She was raising that and saying that she's thinking that what
It is, Squire.
is just the police were unable to find any
Staff.
saying that look,
The staff, indeed.
this was describing a massacre in
it's misunderstanding. I am not making an argument to skepticism. As I'm saying,
Give it to me.
let's put all of the positions
Nalaron, where have you been? I went to a tower I saw in a dream.
doing an internal piece of their position. We're saying this was
and disemboweled.
not that they can assume the result or that it's true.
Nalaron, what did you do there?
So this would seem to be telling
I wanted to watch this.
I murdered a wizard with hardly a care.
Put it down.
Jay Dyer.
No, you're awfully pure and
I said 12 kills.
Now Shamrock is dead.
Sure, this guy disemboweled me.
Glad of it. I wanted to.
Dead people on the couch.
It's not that great, Larry.
I was
Think the
dating someone
necromancer
on
was
Thursday,
Black cloak.
and he said,
Stealing money to 10. Charlie.
and he said, well, it's just self-evident.
That's 11.
I should have proposed. It's just self-evident that it's something can you try?
But as I recall,
I want you to have believe me. You're the type of person that should get everything.
did someone secretly survive?
Wait, forget stupid necromancer.
It could be a
Really sure what this thing does.
Explain how to attack someone.
I hate to see the staff start shutting unexpectedly.
And also
Because what
explain
might
the
happen?
problem.
They're saying
I want you to wake up, Squire. These chaps are unaware of danger.
It's really absurd. Chaps are supposed to think about it. The easiest point to make with this is that
Make me laugh.
you can just come
Suck
in
was
and
never that
say
creature.
that something is self-evident. Well, guess what? The opponent can do the same thing.
Activist mysterious or
Okay, well, the opposite.
Promising no one else had the courage to face.
Immediate problem.
It is terrifying promise.
And
it just seems odd that people were swelling death all over a place like that, and nobody would
You have everything
but there is life.
Your Ravasat's opening onto the flame.
It's like how it's self-evident that
Someone unnamed you cheat and enter and conquer and leave the monster all the time.
What if you find and destroy
And wizards and stratus. You're afraid to try to stop her.
the problem
kind of spells out
one,
this had to have been some kind of secret
why
demon worshippers
Respect, Alaron. Ever since the figure of the alchemists, the great powers haven't been exactly on top of this situation.
let's say this person believes, oh,
You think they're slipping? Tell me the truth. When the dragons were younger, Ravasat never have gotten this far.
understand that. Chaps are designed to stop chaos themselves.
Built the tower and created this staff.
So anyway,
So whatever you want.
That's right. Now it's up to you. Alliance.
participated in that massive
Chance out of creature. You'll be sure Ravasat will come after you with everything she's got. Minions, zombies, company.
maybe our old character escaped there.
Use everything.
rely on a staff
Seems like that's not the case.
and you don't, in other words,
I don't like slavery out there. I know you think you
Although we already do. So on that note,
but there's a long road left ahead. What can I do to defend myself? I'm just a nobody. I think I'll need the protection I can find. I feel a lot better carrying James's secrets.
Ferris.
See you on the road, friend.
and they're not punching the code on the sort of secular atheist philosophy perspective.
tape
So that bastard
you're not gonna
stole
believe
our staff.
really not. fucking H.P. Lovecraft. It's literally him. Health points Lovecraft in the flesh. For now, what remains among is the quintessential strangely uncanny. Our character describes him as a utility, and he's in that room down the hall.
It is safe to say that there are no
Then he addresses us by initiative and says that we can find us explaining that the password itself was a phonetic copy from his
not good enough to get it. I think that you just said it in a way to create a distinction between what the fuck is that? No. There was nothing you could do. Like if it's a stop sign, a read is that really stop sign. But none of them had any
there is some context or way can be said as read. So check this out. Me go fundamental type say it all fast.
At a great cost.
Get it? Well, it's supposed to sound like never knowledge. I would have never figured that out without the help of native people. Windows to this they don't actually understand it. It's a model. Abstract theory, they think that everyone's kind of perfect thinking. Well, in philosophy, that discovery is a perfect theory of abstract level, and it invites us to come down below to the so, for example, I don't want to get too technical, but use the desk to find the flashlight
as a kid. Grabbing a flashlight, we noticed that sadly has weight
the guy from tapes has been here for quite a while. Well, before we go down there I'm sure you're allowed to see my stuff, but I know how this is going. He finds batteries back in the wall. Your character doesn't that's a higher one, so you can't get these anyway. That's the magic about this something like shooting down the ladder next to it becomes higher something higher understanding of the character. And that's the further we go, the more apprehensive it is. Being able to verbalize it in a way where they can understand the type of question I'm asking. Because I said it verbatim almost what you said, and they still don't understand what I'm asking. How many other ways can you young people to get them to understand that we're not asking them, you know, as far as like logic is concerned, like what we're asking for is logic can exist in and of itself, and they still don't even understand that lack of even further, the structure of your making changes into a narrow path. And then, what's wrong with being here? The man is still down, and he's glad to see us. At the sight of his face in person, our memories all come crashing. Hello? This isn't just any man. He's our friend.
I didn't think by name I suppose you were on the
this part I was sitting here thinking argument his name alone, but then the thought occurred to me. The name entry says I think what would happen if I didn't write it? I did a video on I decided not to actually change that ball. And I had the blues here, so I figured why not? So I pressed the finish button.
Instead of explaining something, what I'm doing, he'll just go ahead and use the same thing that HP Lovecraft to try to be a to say like, listen, I'm doing the same thing you're doing. So I think that's definitely effective. So,
makes more help together on that shit.
I don't want to. This
is kind of the 21st century incarnation of that concept.
But
is something
make
that
it fair
never
and right for the character
I did hear
why this surprised me so much is since Lovecraft, and naturally that means the other characters, including us, how to well went back and forth. So if you're curious, the protagonist's default name is Carter. The doctor's is Maestro, and Onizuka's is Smith. Funny is that like we're doing Lovecraft is characterized in a very way more advanced than what we have. I mean, it's still I think we're friendly, just lost. Keeps talking about how the lad is characterized the question of pathways and how I met him. The problems at that mundane level of like, well, how do you ever study archaeology? Because there's no foundational argument you can make that proves foundationalism. So, well, I guess it's so it has to get with like just foundations. So this is it's not explicitly the local legend and lost like yourself would be called foundation. Certain things like I don't know, he seems that they are specific foundational to having to they would typically shape those if you want to deny him, well, you're not going to have any knowledge. You're not going to be able to do any. Even though that's right, guys. So, in case you and so I decided to help him try to the episode raising that and saying that what I'm talking about is just applying my foundational epistemology and just saying that look, naturally, how do we know what foundationally are? It's going to take him out carefully. The game sets shifts. I am not a big making an argument where I got stop on anything what I critique. If you know how this engine works, let's put all reality, what's happening, put all your position. Let's say take an argument. What you're saying is we're controlling a block. We're doing an internal critique of their position. I think you're playing dead. Not the skepticism is the result. Or that it's true. Wow. It turns out we have to give us that last play.
Some of that time it was kind of different. The reason that I'm not too off at the end of January, but also just sort of a lack of Lovecraft. I have not finally in a stage of where that aside, the only thing that's really key so there are change from the outset. Where we're going was let's eliminate the never be happening because they're a finite person who jumped inside, which actually caused both of us to burst out. Yeah, they have to give investigation for knowledge, which they just obviously that's the direction. Where we going? How we get there? I'm not on that though. I'm on options right now. Lovecraft perspective, and so the problem with that is run for our lives. You could say I'm a good shot, but I'm not right? So I'm not catches us almost in my world in band. I almost forgot we that was our memory though. So we really did get attacked by something into although we can't remember what happened after the protagonist finally fully believes in immaterial realizes for absolute certainty that the doctor was going to mind the entire time. That means it's time to get the hell out of here. And I'm not being again, find whatever the case, just like I can have it, get to that based on my sense of and what you're doing is
behind him for a really long time until eventually he does come through. We then quickly snatch the key to the door right off of him, run through, close it behind us, and lock it from our side. Minos insists that he's strong through.
In any case, once we got this
It's good when our guys spill
I have
the
to
whole
justify this
shouting out the knows everything we've been told. And then even the letter from our dad is fake because our dad is dead.
that it provides the right sense of the external world,
screaming at the top of his lungs,
It's basically
calling us a bastard.
I guess everybody
He tries to burn bolting down the stairs. And we ended up in a murky corridor with a handful of people. The first one was the second one is so the third one is the house. And the last one, it's
So that aside, it has been a few
developers decided to
some of the characters.
I didn't think it was black arrows you got a guy with his head sliced off. His guts
It's going to be a bit of a roleplay, guys.
I didn't even think of it. It's not looking good. It really didn't know the prince. Nearby, I think that is skeptical and a weapon.
I'm not skeptical on your position.
Those days managed to get through. Yeah, and I know
$2 Now, thank you very much. I did have 5 more to go, but now I have 4 more to go. Thank you to Angela. 5 more. Now you have 5 more to go. Thank you very much, Angela. Thank you very much, very much.
Bring that up too, because, you know, when you bring that up, you know, this was maybe year ago, or 8 months ago, if you bring that up in the debate, he felt like he had
and do whatever. Save the game, start crying. Obviously, you're going to want to watch that. Hurry up, pick up that shit. And the doc finally makes a house call. A bit different. He's screaming on our phones. But we're able to get in a quick snapshot, which sends him screaming. Now, we're off the map. It's time for us to make a solution. Got to track him down.
and I knew that he was coming, but if it's the case that a grip retardant is true, then this gets better objective truth.
That flashlight.
There is no objective truth. So that type of argument,
I get
to use that
oh my
argument would only work, you know,
not really that one.
so that
It's
makes
almost
sense.
like
Also, if
there's
he's
probably at least one person
also
who
the
thought this was
Christian
enough
and believe in objective truth, it's a contradiction for her to also be a skeptic within the entire world.
patient profiles for the hospital. Ray Zukas starts on the and provides some information on the next page. They get right into the nasty shit and talk about how they started trying to mind
Christian,
the note says that it's been
Christianity, and she has a liberal.
nothing against that what it actually
They don't go together. So she has to pick one a lot.
It's
She always
actually
goes to the liberal. But okay,
this one says we're having on May 17th, and it's for both us
you don't actually,
and
you don't actually, you only
the law says we're
Christianity.
in
If you're
several
on the look at the $2,
those two now. They were able to wipe those memories
that super chat goal.
the next page is on May 19th. And notes that Zuka's torso surgery hours being scheduled. I got so many questions.
Thank you very much.
They say several locations. We've been everywhere.
You know, but that's the same life. They have to get
Transferred him?
If you got out, it doesn't make any
What's
sense.
the deal with Onizuka? Mind control.
Cleaning the super chat goal. Thank you very much. One more to go.
What do they
Watch
call
live and donate more often.
I guess it made sense.
Not bless you. God bless you, huge fire horse. I appreciate you, brother. Now, let's go here.
Determined to get the protagonist jumps in, and, well, the game ends. So, what happened? Was that uplifting? Did I mess something up? Forget to do something? Nope. That was the best part. Did we live? Die? Is Rome off the line? Did we ever find out more about this random ancient shit? I gotta shut the fuck up for a second. The game just came back. Post-credit scene.
The woman with the black shades. D-A-I. Thank you very much, guys.
They were all
Continued in part won't quite know because it doesn't exist. We'll never know the full truth. That's kind of a fitting part of me wondered if maybe part of it was supposed to be a parody of they never actually intended to make it, and this was where they wanted to stop it. So they just teased it. Judging by what I was able to gather with YouTube comments, this doesn't seem to be
So, that makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that too.
really interesting. People reminiscing about what others played, pointing out the details of the video.
Instead, they abandoned the game and referred to themselves as
What I say is
there are academic things that indicated
nobody seems to appreciate why it never happened.
It sounds really difficult. Now, no imagine having a sector and it's and so I'm not implied because I don't really there is a bit of paradox and skepticism because I don't see my duty as to chaos. So I'm discussing all that
all I can say is the working team
Everybody in the chat, I know you guys are
despite what happened to me,
all these folks
had never
the
gone
game
to the tower
talking about
it's a new perspective on
Kyle's problem with
it's pretty wicked.
Even though you might have not too erudite, has been
Playing something Japanese, I would recommend maybe
is going to share states, but
together these games took me
don't play that.
I'm sure someone
Yeah, there's so much strategy. The first thing is that she tries to do
anything I missed, let me know.
a lot of them
This has been
smarter than we are. They go to the base right now.
shouldn't get actually playing the game.
Then they get
So what are we doing?
shows that they're not as smart as they pretend to be.
Follow me on the
Are showing to college to these nonsense. That's what it does. It gives us false sense of intelligence. Like intellectual superiority. And then it gets off the field once you're actually put to the it's like everything. You know, it's like you learn karate. Oh yeah, I know how to
I really figured we would have made more progress in the game by now, though I was underestimating greatly.
And once you go into the ring or the octagon, or heck,
I just don't.
all that karate goes right out the window.
I just
And
don't
then you're out.
always.
Then you get outmatched by a greater form of fight. But you guys,
I really like recording and editing is just the one thing that always kind of makes
channel. Also subscribe to the podcast. I'll have a link to the video down below. Hey, ladies and gentlemen.
I really like recording. I really like playing the game.
If you did, make sure you like
That's
and
recording.
subscribe.
All the comments I get.
I don't make the rules. I'm just trying to give you content. Also, make sure you catch the cool streams on Mondays and Fridays right here on my YouTube channel. And make sure you follow me on any of these links down below for everything cool.
Jeez, it's already like 4 o'clock in the PM. That's okay. Why is there a goblin here?
Unless you want your planet destroyed, subscribe to Geekdom.
So the Dragon Ball Genki Damatsuri event is history. I had a great time streaming it. I was there for like 5 hours. And if you were on the stream, I thank you for being there with me. I had so much fun. Across YouTube and Twitter, X, I got 30,000 people watching me at once. That's a new record, and I could not believe it, yo. So if you were there, thank you. We had a lot of fun. It was a 5-hour stream. And there were 2 big announcements, 2 big Dragon Ball announcements at this event. event involving the return of Dragon Ball Super's anime. Yes, it's official. Dragon Ball Super's coming back twice. If you saw the event, you already know. If you didn't, I'll go into it here, and I'm going to give you some more tidbits about all this and explain what's going on. So the rumor had been going around for a while. This is something I heard last year at some point, that they were going to remake Dragon Ball Super, or at least recut it. The first thing I was told was, oh, it's a Kai version of Super. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't believe it. I didn't understand it. I didn't know why we were going to get a fourth retelling of Battle of Gods, but that story is legit. Yes, Dragon Ball Super Beerus is coming this fall. Now, there's more I have to talk about. But the other big announcement, before they even announced that, is that yes, indeed, the Moral Arc is coming to the anime. Dragon Ball Super, the Galactic Patrol, is the animated version of the Moral Arc. That was announced first, and finally, after all these years, we're going to get Moro in the anime, which means we're going to get Moro in the video games, and it's going to be glorious. Now, I want to get back to this one in just a moment, but I want to give you some tidbits about this Dragon Ball Super Beerus. Look, I'm with you. If I don't understand, and I'm not really hyped for a fourth version of Battle of Gods, I'm not really hyped for it, but I want to, there's some things I am looking forward to. The trailer has beautiful animation. But I want to tell you what this is. Okay, so what Dragon Ball Super Beerus is, this is an enhanced version of Dragon Ball Super's Battle of Gods arc. So there's going to be footage from the arc along with new footage. Now, Battle of Gods is only going to be about 6 or 7 episodes long. This is Dragon Ball Super Beerus, that is. This is not going to be 14 episodes like how it was for Super. So it's only going to be about 6. And after this, right, after Dragon Ball Super Beerus, there is going to be a Resurrection F remake too. Now, I'm not super excited for it at all, but there are going to be some new scenes added. There's going to be new animations. Like, it looks amazing. And the whole thing about enhancing it is basically... It's basically like they're using technology to kind of improve upon the mistake. Now, again, the question is, well, why? If you go back to 2015, and I did cover that here on the channel, Akira Toriyama was complaining about Dragon Ball Super because, and most of you remember this, when episode 5 first came out, the animation collapsed, and there were other episodes where the animation was just completely terrible, the production value was low, even Toriyama himself complained. Now, the idea behind this is to sort of do like a reboot, remaster of Dragon Ball Super Beerus with way less filler. That's why I mentioned the whole Kai comparison. So, you're going to have some of the great animators like Yu Takahashi and those guys, and some like manga stuff that we didn't get in the anime version, but it's going to be much, much more graphically intensive, and I'm looking forward to just seeing how the fights are. I am going to cover it. I'm not super excited for it, but it does look great based on the trailers, and it makes me wish that this is how Super was the first time around, you know what I mean? So if you go to the official site and click where it says movie, that is not telling you that this is a movie. This is a TV show, a 6-episode miniseries. But if you look at some of this animation, yes, it is one big remake, enhancement of Dragon Ball Super, but man, it actually looks really, really sweet here. Let me see if I can show you some of it. Like, it's just, it's so, the episode 5 has been fixed. We have, of course, the Super Saiyan God reveal. You know the story. But I mean, it's beautiful, man. Like, it actually looks beautiful. The thing is, it's the same story we've already.
You have that hellhound.
Like, it's the same story with new things Toriyama's adding. This is going to be really confusing for people who are looking for canon, because now you're going to have 4 Battle of Gods, right? 4 anime, Dragon Ball Super the anime, Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods, the Dragon Ball Super manga, and Dragon Ball Super Beerus. But like I said, they are planning on continuing this. They're gonna basically, it's essentially trying to reboot Dragon Ball Super with better production. And Super needed it, even though I don't feel like we needed it. I wish it was just done right the first time, but nevertheless. The Golden Frieza story, Resurrection F, is coming after this. It has not been announced yet, but I'm letting you know that this is a remake, and it's something that I believe One Piece is also doing. So I believe this is going to come out. It says fall 2026. I'm pretty sure it's going to be October on Fuji TV. So it will be on the same network that aired Super and Daima. We don't have the time slot yet, but that's coming up later this year. Then, the big announcement that everybody went nuts for, Dragon Ball Super, the Galactic Control. This is the Moro. It's finally here. If we go to the official Dragon Ball Super or Dragon Ball official site, as you can see, we've got right there, Dragon Ball Super Beerus, fall 2026, original work, character design Toriyama, and Dragon Ball Super, the Galactic Control. So the idea here, and this is something I talked about 2 months ago, y'all. In this video right here, I was trying to kind of give you a clue about how Dragon Ball is going to be from now. This is from 2 months ago, more Arc Seasonal, a new beginning for Dragon Ball Super. So the idea is they're going to go seasonal, and they're going to release some episodes, right? And then it's going to be like sort of like little separate anime. Like it'll all be Dragon Ball Super, but like each arc will be like its own little release. You understand what I'm saying? It won't be like one after another like how Super was from 2015 to 2018. That's not the plan right now. So moving on here, let's talk a little bit more about this Galactic Control arc. This is the Moro arc. Right here, it even says, this is from the official site. This will be the story following the universe survival arc of the anime Dragon Ball Super, which aired between 2015 and 2018. It also appears in the manga Dragon Ball as the Galactic Control Prisoner arc, which is Moro. The main characters, Son Goku and Vegeta, work together with members of Galactic Control, the Peacekeepers of the Galaxy, to begin a super-scale battle against a new enemy, Planet Eater Moro. So Moro arc is happening, anime-wise. What does that mean? That means we're going to get Moro in the video games, Dokkan, Legends, maybe Sparking Zero, if it's still around at the time, or maybe even Xenoverse 2, if that's still dropping DLC. This is likely going to be dropping, this Dragon Ball Super Galactic Control arc, it's probably going to be dropping in 2027, so I would not expect it this year. As of right now, the recording of this video, there has not been an update on the future of the Dragon Ball Super manga yet. If I do get one, though, make sure you have all notifications turned on, because I gotta make sure, you know, when if I get the information, or if it's announced officially, I'm gonna be covering it. So it'll be coming, man. It's just, I don't know when, you know. So it could be at any point, could be at a different event, but for right now, this is the future. Goku and Vegeta in the Moro arc coming 2027. So that's going to be the real return of Dragon Ball Super. I feel like the Beerus thing is, this to me is more like an appetizer. I don't, again, I'm not super excited for it, but it does look phenomenal based on the sweetness of that trailer. And, but I know the story, like, we all know the Battle of Gods story. It's only like 13 years old. There's no reason for it to be remade, but they felt strongly about it. And I guess this is their reason, to make it a more solid and enhanced version of what we already got. Now, again, I know about Resurrection F. Does that mean that Dragon Ball Super is getting a full remake? If it does, I don't have all that information yet. If it does get a full remake, then expect it to be like Dragon Ball Super, Goku Black, or Future Trunks, Dragon Ball Super, Tournament of Power. Like, expect it to sort of take each arc and give it like a subtitle. That's what they're doing now. So instead of it just being Dragon Ball Super, and notice the logo is now blue and gold. It's a little bit different than the original Super logo. So Dragon Ball Super Beerus is where everything's going to start, followed by Golden Frieza, and then of course eventually we'll get to the Moro, which is what I'm really excited about. So keep it locked into this channel because I'm going to have updates on this very soon. I'm trying to make some phone calls and some PMs and figure all this out for you guys. But Dragon Ball Super, the anime, 2 new projects, just like reported. One is went too far there. Go back. One is Dragon Ball Super Beerus, 6-episode miniseries. So it's only going to be 6 episodes, man, no big deal. And then Dragon Ball Super The Galactic Control, which is going to be more than 6 episodes. And I'm excited for this more than the Beerus thing. Like I said, I'll still cover the Beerus story, but it's not going to be as good. Also, they announced a new video game that has not gotten a title yet called Dragon Ball Age 1000, and that's supposed to be taking place 300 years after the end of Z. So way deep into the future at this point. Then again, just like a legend to everybody. That's also right. So this event was one of the biggest events we've ever had. I want to thank you guys who joined me on the stream. I will have a lot more to say on this, and I'm sure you will too. And also, they revealed that Toriyama is going to be adding stuff. There's going to be new characters and new fights in the moral arc. There's new characters and new, I guess it was like lore. So Toriyama is adding to the moral arc, or at least he did before he passed away. Remember how I kept talking about, like, we don't know what he left behind, and, you know, we were all wondering, is there anything else? So there was obviously a lot going on behind the scenes because Toriyama was helping out with Daima, Super Beerus, and Super Galactic Control because he was providing more tidbits and more lore. So it's not going to be the same as the original manga version of Meachew. Hopefully the fight will be better. Who knows, man? Who knows what we'll see? But I'm excited for that. Anyways, y'all, keep it locked in. More information coming soon. Take care of yourself and each other.
On top of the screen, you can see a list of all participants in the battle and their title. So instead of teams taking turns beating the each character has a set amount of energy to use during their turn, which is determined by the attributes of their keys. The green bars is under the third title, and the yellow bars tend to rank. Though you can control the green bar, objects such as crystal and are also broken into two sections.
Anyway, guys, that is the end of that.
This is what these games would look like without that horrendous decoration. I just think but I think for the sake of argument, I will keep the original aspects and Resident Evil 4 remake. First campaign up for judgment is obviously Resident Evil. Are we creeping up these stairs or are we creeping down? Thinking like this sanity for how this game is. In fact, it's completely overgrown with Hollywood crazy smash from the streets, apocalypse, global scale action. Where is the original Resident Evil? We haven't even covered the greatest strong. This list is irreversible. So unfortunately, Resident Evil 6's campaign is coming right at the bottom section. It's also divided into audience.
Oh, I like this.
Experience.
I like this.
Angles and aspects to the story. Bold in character selection. None of that makes sense. None of this game makes sense. Please be reminded, it was a essentially is. Romans equal abilities, characters, one person, war rejoice to shine light in the end, place which causes the hope that there will be chests, broken doors, very yin and yang, whereas the other players is kind of muscles, they got the guns, it's not rocket science to play. That was just really fun to play. Just stick to the two characters. Not going to do the motion. The locations of the game and it's production during that hour. It's really good. Not cheesy, aggressive, situations, there's awesome split up areas, it's not tender, runs brilliantly considering the year and considering Resident Evil 6 is out and not doing a campaign towards it.
We're good with that. Let's go to the other show.
We have some breathtaking locations, huge switch out environment, has switch run swaps gives you depth huge upgrades to metal in your equipment and also currency by the way the memory's brilliant and it's still really good now. Important to fire it up section right on the week of first. It is unfortunately Revelations 2, but that technically isn't really this game so far as this is raid and it is realistic mercenary loads of unlockable characters, not with unique abilities, knowledge, weapons, perks, currency, switch out, run, or you can spare rank up, and both share the same inventory box, meaning duplicate weapons is huge, it's been ages. So as mentioned, on sort of proto mercenaries front, there is some strategic stuff. Every zombie has its own energy bar, which is actually quite handy. So protection is from the aiming stability. So there's loads of stuff to get sorted out. Lower, you also have a zombie countdown.
I know we're going to be coming up.
Zombie up on top right there. No real combo bonus to my knowledge, but it is about doing the run and making push in either end. It will miss, and your location progression is kind of linear. It's like level by level.
It's so incentive.
It's quite an incentive, and that was more towards the campaign setup than traditional mercenaries we know and love. Revelations does its best as it can, considering how early it is in the development of the mercenaries game. Replay incentive falls on to finding
what can you do?
then abandon your skill something like the guy who helped random stuff drops again.
Your guard. Excuse me, sir.
You also have abilities from battle and cover, so that one's a massive fire. Remember, this is going up against two extremely strong mercenaries. Now that's the next one. Tension foot. Okay, I'm ready for this. Next, Resident Evil 5 mercenary I feel that's the second strongest in the set. here's how it works. Those tank patrols on RE5 are amazing in that campaign. What they do is amplify tension.
Be that as it may, I think you are
Panic is you can't turn around very quickly, so we can do it for sure. But things will take progress, they take time, and some scenes you need to get out of loads of stuff done and get somewhere or change something in the military becomes a bit difficult, particularly with tense piece of mercenaries.
In any case, I will see you all next time. Greetings and good day. Welcome back to Rag. We're back. I checked out all of the castle basement. We're in the castle basement.
I should have put my name. I should have.
Nobody's around.
I should have done something stupid like full screen.
It would have been nice to be able to tell the news to somebody after such a It's amazing.
One of the great things about mercenaries and this is present in Dirty Fishing
Straight out of anime or something.
First of all, this video is nothing more than overview the evolution of
We're back in Aramin. In any case, I already said that.
I just wanted to point
And I checked out the spells that we had
See, I had it.
and realized that there are a few that we need to learn, and there are also a few that we can afford to
It
sell.
also would have taken an insane amount of time to go through every single D&D game I've ever made, and covering every one of them in depth would have made this video longer than some Railroad movie adaptation by Peter Jackson. I need to get this video out before February, so I had to cut out some games so I could get this video out in time for other applications and new gamers to eat up all my time. So without further ado, here's a brief summary of the rest of the official D&D game releases of the 21st century.
Resident Evil 6
Dark
got
Alliance
best
and
local
the sequels are fairly well
Two things
received
to take
beyond
note
What
of
is it that we need to
Dungeons and
learn?
Dragons Heroes looks like a shallow run-of-the-mill hack and slash. Forgotten Realm of Demon Stuff doesn't seem as uninspired, as at least the story was written by R.A. Salvatore, who's worked on a lot of D&D novels. Dragon Shard is another D&D novel. Yes, D&D Online
So,
came out in 2006 and still
we know
exists.
all of that. So I do not know Vanishing yet. Vanishing is a unique scroll and is a unique spell in the
But
game.
I
There's only
can't
one
get
copy
footage
of
for
Dark Ages
PS3
or else they
recreation.
created it.
Daggerdale was
Essentially,
another
let's
disposal
go
of
ahead
the
and do that.
album
Let's go
for Live Arcade.
Auron has learned Vanishing. Let's check out what
iOS has
Vanishing
also got
does, shall
its
we?
share of D&D titles in recent years. By the looks of it,
Any single elemental within the brain which is banished from display in existence. I don't know why they would double up on the spell control elemental. It just gets rid of elementals instead of controlling them.
which was only recently released to the
You can level up one or the other. Personally, I think control elemental would be more useful than vanishing because control elemental is pull on your side, which is better than vanishing. But whatever, we learned it.
These games received a whopping 11 expansion packs over the course of 7
A
years.
spell
So
that we
this series is
desperately
like
wanted
a
all over
modern-day
the tower,
equivalent
but
of
yet
Gold
it's nowhere to be
Bond
found.
sales.
Let's go
On
ahead
top
and
of
do
the
this
official
one. We'll get another one of these
there are
eventually.
countless user-made campaigns for these games, as the game was supplied with the Aurora toolset to let players craft their own custom modules.
Charms one
When
zombie,
talking about
causing it to fight for the party for the remainder of the battle or until it's killed.
with Doom and Half-Life
Shouldn't have to explain what that is. It's a necromancy spell for rehabilitation. We know all of
and my
it.
experience with it was limited because I disliked the canon combat. So it's better that I don't do a half-assed job of covering such an important series. As much as I'd like this
A
video
necromancy skill. All of the targets within the range of the spell have their movement rate increased by 2 in rank. They only be cast
I don't play
once
D&D
each
myself,
target.
so I couldn't comment on things like the different new editions.
So, you'd have to cast them all individually. That's why the boots of haste are just so good. All of them. We already know everything else. So those are the 3 spells we profited from the tower. That's good. Make quick save so we don't forget. Let's go and see the king. Alright guys, I'm back. I gave Aramin the once over. It doesn't seem like anybody's here. I saw Godson in her house. I checked all the houses. The place is devoid of people. I'm going to go in and see if the king is around. And my notes. Yeah, not here. I'll check the upper levels to be the route. I know it's not up there. Alright. So, Alaron has come there with the intent of performing some transpired in the last months or say, or half a year, and he's kind of disappointed that nobody's here to see him. Perhaps the king was here to see him, and perhaps, I don't know, Alaron would have given him a almost disrespectful lecture on all the events that have transpired. Just that Tixman would play pass the buck with our destiny and completely dismiss us, lie to us. Maybe Alaron wasn't taking that so well in his anger over Brianna's death and everything, and all this time wasted, where if he had been moving forward, he could have gotten there. Perhaps Tixman in about a mercy saw that Alaron was some type of emotional distress and say, like, look, word has it there's a legendary item in the spell, and it would be worthy that you found it. Perhaps it was stolen from the palace in the Goblin Raid, and Tixman forgot to mention it before, and he said, if you find it, you can have it. Call it our form of apology for giving you the runaround. I think that's a reasonable enough justification for going up this mountain again. I can't really
installed. So I'm going to go ahead and
I can't really justify it to myself any other way.
Pac-Man,
He has anything to say. So
dash uppercase S, and then whatever packages you want. So let's install Steam.
I'm really hoping that there's nothing to fight us our way, but
Dolphin,
the amount of stuff is kind of
EMU, and then also what else can we get? RetroArch maybe.
the mountain again.
Also grab that. RetroArch. Yeah, I think that'll do for now. We'll go ahead and press enter our password, and let it install all of that. Okay, and that is done. If you check, we should have all of that stuff installed. We now have a games section here, and in here we have our Dolphin emulator, we've got Lupus, RetroArch, Steam. Go ahead and open up Dolphin. So as you can see, we've got the Dolphin emulator up and running. If you're running any emulators, I highly recommend changing the graphics settings from OpenCL to Vulkan, because you're generally going to get better performance that way. That's always recommended there. And then also we take a look at other stuff that we have. We've got Lupus, Game Launcher, RetroArch, and of course Steam as well. So just a few cliff notes on setting up with games on Linux. Obviously with emulators, like I say, Vulkan is usually better, but you can try both Vulkan and OpenGL. With Steam, make sure you enable Proton in the settings, and I would also enable it for all titles so that you can install all of your Windows games and run them through Steam's Proton compatibility layer to run them on Linux, which will allow you to run more of your PC games under Linux as well on the PS4, which is definitely useful. So another thing you can do is set up VRAM swap. We open up HTOP, just so that if you use up all the memory in the console, which can happen with caching shaders for emulators and games, then you can end up just freezing the whole console. What will happen if it uses up all the memory? Now it looks like there's already a 1 gigabyte swap.
I suppose keeping in tradition,
but you can either set up swap space, or if your kernel supports it, you can set up CRAM, which will actually use your existing memory but use compression to kind of extend the amount of memory you have. Because it's written to RAM still, you get pretty good speeds. It's not going to slow things down as much as writing to the swap space is. Okay, so if we open the terminal up again, I do have the commands here. They're in the text guide in the post installation step. So you can set up a swap file or ZRAM, or set up both. Now you need to make sure that, of course, your kernel supports ZRAM first, so you can enter lsdlk rep ZRAM, and if you see something pop up here showing ZRAM 0, then that means that your kernel does actually support it. So that means that we can try installing some ZRAM here. So if we go ahead and enter the command to install it, we install ZRAM. Once ZRAM is installed, we can then edit the config file or create the config file here by entering this command, and then we simply need to enter this as our config file, the content. So I'll just go ahead and paste that in. And this is the size, so 2048 is 2 gigabytes. You can set whatever size you want. I think you can also do percentages, like 50% of overall RAM or 100% if you want all your RAM allocated as CRAM. Then you can do that as well. Compression algorithms, the SPD. There are other ones that we can also use, and then swap priority 100, so it will prioritize the ZRAM pool over normal swap space. So if we control F to save and control X to exit, that has that set up. So that should be all we really need to do here. If I just go ahead and make sure that we have that enabled. So if we do swap on -show,
they're definitely guarding this treasure.
you can see here we do in fact have the swap file, and we also have the ZRAM partition, 2 gigabytes. And if I type in htop, we can see we have 3 gigabytes of swap space now showing, which is 1 gigabyte, which was the normal swap that was already configured on the distro, and then the 2 gigabytes that I allocated as ZRAM is also configured. So you can get more out of your memory by using it as ZRAM. Now I'm not entirely sure what the best performance is, like how much you should allocate as ZRAM versus how much you should keep as normal system memory, depending on what you're doing. But if you're doing